Bum 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 bum. Should I have gotten that? Ah, hoy! Missed opportunities. Opportunity. Ugh. Is my hair good? It was real good yesterday. Yesterday. Crystal. I don't need my glasses. I can see who that is. Crystal, good morning. I don't need my glasses. I can see who that is. Crystal, good morning. How are you doing? I do have them. I was just rubbing my eyes. My glasses are filthy. They're always filthy. My glasses are filthy. They're always filthy. I'll turn that off. Sounds good. I have been waiting for you, Obi-Wan. The circle is now complete. Now I am the master. I do have, I have a proper sort of glass cloth to clean them with and everything. Hello there, Dr. Joe. Slippity slap, Apple King. I was debating what to make the ring and why it's not reversed. That's why. Right? I go that way, it goes that way. Yeah, that's why my hand looks strange. Or it is reversed. Hold on, man. Thank you for kissing the ring. We're doing that? Is that better? Try some better. There's the vertical. It's fine. I was having video problems before I got on. And the nephew wanted to play soccer. I'm like, we can't play soccer. They are back, my nephews. Wearing a shirt they got for me from Disney. It's Darth Vader. If you can't tell. Beep, 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 beep. I'm like, let's look up what all the buttons do, Hoy. So you can accurately press them on my life support. And I was debating what ring to wear. I was mentioning then. We played 2 games yesterday. Chiefs won the first one game and Counts won another. I figured since Counts are here today, I'll wear the Chiefs ring. And they enjoyed the trip. My nephews enjoyed the trip. How could they not? Went to Disney World, Gator World, like Cocoa Beach, and Universal, I think, is where they ended up. And they had a heck of a time. Roswell, good morning. Debating what you want to be. Okay. How's everybody doing? The shirt is great, though. The buttons actually do sort of come out a little bit, and they're made of, I don't know, they're a little strange feeling. What is this? It's not plastic. It's something else. I guess it's some sort of plastic. These are cold. Those ones are cold down there. Here's the thing. Here's a tag. You can see right there. Welcome on in, everybody, though. How are we doing today? And they are back. They got back yesterday, my family from Florida. They had, a great time. Got me a shirt. But immediately my brother though and his wife both working today, so had to watch them in the morning. I have a coffee here. Me and the older one went to Dunkin's. So we got donuts for everybody else, and Unky got a coffee. Because now that's what he does. He drinks coffee. How's everybody today? Welcome on in. Day 3. We have not seen Barons and Pats since day 1. Neither of them did too well against the Grandees. Counts are in a prime position. If you're hoping for a Counts win today, we'll catapult them up. How do I like my coffee best? The cream sugar. I'm doing cream sugar and vanilla currently. I'm sort of mixing it up, I suppose, as I go there. This is an iced, though I'll probably get off the iced as it gets colder. Ephra, gotta represent the patricians. So I have a iced original coffee, French vanilla, 4 French vanilla, 4 sugar, 4 cream. That's pretty sweet. Hello there, Ephra. We need Pat representation. Roswell, though, disagrees, says we need Counts. We are playing 2 games every day with 1 dynasty. So get in now if you ever want to pick who you're going to be. And then, of course, if you missed it, winning a team for the next few weeks after the league, and then like a special praise the 9th, is I will wear a costume from them. I'm debating what else to do. I'm like, if the Pats win, can I like sort of say I can go as a gladiator and get a gladiator costume? Because that'd be kind of awesome. On like that note, the nun costume would be awesome too, but I don't know if I could do a good nun costume, like the Sisterhood of Steel costume. Not that quickly. I don't think I could find a good enough mask, though. I don't know. I could fake a mask, just like a generic mask, and then put the habit over top. Not like I mind, though. I usually pick random. I know, I don't prefer. I will play whomever. I don't mind. Of course, I love the Pats. You can tell when I'm playing in games, because my color will change around. Like, when I was watching a non-King of the Castle streamer the other night, I changed King of the Castle games mid-stream for him, and he's like, oh. He's like, yeah, you playing King of the Castle, right? You just changed teams, huh? I'm like, yes, I did. Like, that other game was over. I had to play another one. Morgramoon. Doing the mask over my glasses would be very hard, yes. I don't like contacts. I've tried contacts when I was younger. I don't know. I don't know if I could do that. Every day I gotta put something in my eye? I guess you get used to it, but at the same time, I'd be like, no, I'm not getting used to this. My body will not. Like makeup? I have a hard time if I'm applying eyeliner. Or like anything like that. I have to either do it myself or really trust the person doing it, because I'll just start blinking and crying. I can't put stuff around my eyes. Bottom. Could I dress as an NPC? Maybe next year's Halloween stream we do an NPC. Like a Chancellor costume or Spy Master. Spy Master costume is cool. I like what she wears. Morgrim, welcome on in. Welcome on in, everybody. I know. I can't see very well at all if you've missed everybody. I take off these glasses. I can't read anything on the monitors that are 2 feet, like, away from me. I was able to recognize Crystal when you came in because of the color you were using. Plus, you had a VIP plus, like, a moment, so I could guess it was you. I can see the length of your name, too. Like, now I can't read anything. Squint. Not even squinting. I've worn glasses since 2nd grade. So, most of my life by now. My eyesight, I don't think is getting worse, which is good. I've had this pair of glasses for a while. Why is your cat color changing? Sometimes it takes a second. Good morning. good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it may be, wherever you may be today. Welcome on in, everybody. Daybreak will be ending, and a new reign. The battle for the bees begins. I am, my name today, in honor of the shirt, I am King Darth of the Vader dynasty. Vader, of course, means father. If you knew German, you were sort of spoiled on the twist of Star Wars very early. Do I have dents in my skull? I don't think from wearing glasses. I do. That's unrelated to my glasses, though. Is it, like, right here? It'd be, like, right there? I don't know. You are German? Well, hallo. Guten Tag to you by now. I know some German. I've been learning German. I don't know how much I'm processing. I can read it better than I can speak it, I think. Because when I'm reading it, I can see the sentences and, like, see the structure behind them. So I can tell, like, oh, here's my adjective, verbs, nouns. So Guten Tag is Guten Tag. Good afternoon. We will go, my own path to victory first. Though, Vader would be an authority/military monarch, right? Your Majesty, when you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you? But I am not role-playing particularly. I'm still role-playing some during the week here. But as far as my personalities, you can write German, and you have something very, I don't know, hyphen. Something for my hyphen. Something for me? So we'll D6ing here. Crystal. Crystal speaks a few languages, right, Crystal? And we have a few, it means help, alright. I probably should have guessed that then. Helfen. I could help you. Ah, you could help me. I'm like, it's something towards me. From the Der Zoo. And you can write German and it can help me. See, it does help me then. I can read that. I can sort of understand that. Rolling a d6 here. Who else speaks German? We have a few German streamers. I've met a few German streamers, so a few people can speak German around here. If Sir Flauscher comes in, of course. D6, I got a 4. Miss Luna is a German. Father of the Nation, I shall be. Biz is from Austria. Will be Father of the Nation. Alright. Darth Vader, a father. Interesting. Are you concerned for the welfare of the commoners? Are you just hoping for a favorable passage in history books? Mr. Mag Eagles, German. I suggest over the next few years, you focus on improving the kingdom's overall farming as much as possible. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss how your ambition is progressing. Good luck, Your Majesty. See, I could totally rock a Spy Master costume as well. Hips don't lie. Council introduction. Now that you're the king, your first duty is to meet with the Council of Nobles. Your nobles hail from across the kingdom, the desolate east, the wealthy coast, and of course, the bleak march. First, the counts, represented by Roswell. In honor to finally meet your acquaintance, Your Majesty. May you escape the doom that befell your predecessor. Alright, Roswell, coming in to say hi, and then lurking. I gotcha. Patricians. Morkramoon. A pleasure, Your August Majesty. I hope to see your kingdom prosper and go wealthy under your reign. We all hope for that, Moon. Barons, hail and well met, my liege. Under your leadership, we'll whip this kingdom into shape. Apple King. We're gonna try. We want better stats. Look at this stat. Stats are mid. We want excellent all across. Whip this kingdom into shape. Barons, can you help me? The council hall immediately fills with raised voices as the nobles argue with each other and demand your favor. Is this what the council is like? No wonder your father told you to avoid the throne at all costs. My master, Palpatine, told me not to pursue power. Maybe. Coordination. Waper? Hello there. How are you doing here today? Waving a count flag. However, you are a baron. Damn, I got barons, yeah. It happens. You need the word for help. Your Majesty, I've scheduled a coronation to take place in a week's time. Why the hurry? All right, I'm in no hurry. You can still vote to help. I mean, I suppose this week maybe I don't want to encourage people to do it too much. Though if you are favoring one nation and want to vote for their interests, you can. And with that wants counts favor, if you're not on the counts, maybe you can still help them. To delay any longer would make the nobles restless. And when nobles get restless, they take their daggers and look for the nearest back. Xavius, I am not sure. They wouldn't dare. You should pay more attention to your history books, Your Majesty. The nobles are always plotting something. As is tradition, the council will decide what happens at your coronation. Valid. Yeah, well, you came in with that complaint last time. Of course. Shall we call the nobles in? So this is our first exclamation point vote of the game. You are playing this game, not me. We, what should we do for my coordination? Brain turned off for a second. Combo, I think you did it. Well, come on in. You are a count for the game here, Combo. Happy Wednesday to you. How are you doing today? Vote C. Oh. TL, hello there. Combo, hello there. Well, come on in. What do we do for my coronation here? A, host a lavish party with jugglers and fountains of wine. B, proceed with a religious ceremony that honors the ninth god. C, throw the king into the river. Or D, the troops shall bear the king through the streets atop a shield. You are fine. Fine is good. I'm glad you're here, Combo. I'm doing well here. My family's back from Florida. I have a new shirt. I'm Darth Vader today. Secret Darth Vader cosplay. All I would need is a mask, then. I could do it Vader real quick. I will not veto our monarch's choice in the coronation. I stick by that, usually. What do we do? I have been waiting for you, Combo Lurker. The circle is now complete. Now I am the master. Sir Slippity, hello there. It's a cool shirt. My nephew, my souvenir from Disney World. Thank you for praising the ninth. So I had to wear it today. You wear a new shirt when you get it, right? So here we are. And then in honor, then, I am Darth of the Vader lineage today. I won't be playing as Darth Vader, though. Tied up between B and C. Do we honor the ninth, or are we going in the river? Anybody want to break a tie? Otherwise, a monarch would break a tie in a situation like this. Whew. And what do I pick? Do I do it random? I suppose I'll do it random if I have to. But there we go. Is that Crystal? Crystal! It says, today Let's honor the 9th. No, I'm not. I'm not going to be that today. Nay. Forced joke from across the internet. Just do that. Sad. I know. That's sad. I know. I wanted to be a tyrant too. Just. In the hallowed halls of St. Bertrand's Cathedral, the Archbishop places the crown upon your head before launching into a sermon. Boring. It's gonna be boring, but I promise. Pay attention. Archie knows what he's talking about. Another chance. I had never. Alright, release. Darth Vader, release him. As you wish. Faith will go up across the kingdom. Faith in the Force? I don't know. And that is why Darth is the king, ordained by the midi-chlorians, chosen by the 9th God, and elevated above all. My count, it's almost as high as Master Yoda's. If the assembled nobles were plotting against you, perhaps the threat of eternal damnation has given them second thought. Probably not. Marley. Hello there. How are you doing here today? Welcome on in. Thank you for kissing the ring. Oh, it seems so weird. It seems so weird now that my camera's not turned. I gotta fix that. Storming, alright. Hope all is well here. How many wins for the Grandees? Kotori Grandees have 2 wins out of 4 games that they have played. So Grandees are doing the best so far in our little tournament we're running. How are you doing, Kotori? The Counts got 1 win yesterday. Neither Pats nor Barons got 1. End of season. We'll check in with the Barons first. Very heavy thunderstorm. Well, I hope it's all right, Marley. Yuland of the Waper 34 bloodline. A powerful Marcher Hellion. Stands before a blazing hearth, yelling at full volume. Just because you are a countess for the game. Have I ever seen... Your countess looks very good here. We don't see your count very often. When have the Barons of the March backed down from a fight? Never! I know you'll do what it takes to put me, your rightful monarch, on the throne. Welcome to the East. Barons, how do you win the game today? Through A, doppelganger, B, modernization, or C, propaganda? My phone's... like, where's my phone? Over there. Good morning, Dakota. How are you doing here, sir? Is it that bad, Xavius, or anyone out there? I don't know. Everything looks sort of fine to me. Sorry for the... It's hurting your experience of watching me. I'm doing good here today. At least no gunpowder. Not this game. Maybe for our second game we'll get lucky. I'm doing good, though. We're going modernization, lowering others' military. It's not a bad one when you're not facing chiefs. The Barons plan to modernize the kingdom's army in such a way that it's totally under their control. Apple King, thank you very much for the resub here. Appreciate you being around. Always good to have you. Good luck to you today. Nephews, does that count? McDonald's is different than Dunkin'. We did go to Dunkin' this morning. Got donuts. But that's not McDonald's. Have to get McDonald's sometime. First, let's prove the military is in need of reform. To advance their scheme, the barons must lower the other region's military to a combined total of 10 or less in 4 seasons. It sits at 8. You have 1 or 2 bits of wiggle room there. Marcella of the TL73 dynasty, notorious Eastern bird breeder, leans delicately on a podium. Right. Counts, you got a bird breeder as your leader. My fellow counts, in ancient times, the East was its own proud kingdom. We can bring back those days of glory, but not while the false King Darth wears the crown. A bird breeder. Anybody have birds? No, can relate here? I like birds, but we never have owned a bird. We always own cats though, and you know, there's a little bit of conflict there. Counts. How do you win the game? Do A, sorcery, B, subterfuge, or C, possession. Crystal, I know then, yeah. You post pictures of birds oftentimes in your Discord. What makes them notorious? They breed geese. I know, yeah. They breed forbidden fowl. They're like, they do like Doctor Who type experiments, or Dr. Monroe type experiments with the birds. Maybe. Going to lurk now. Marley, be well, alright. Hope the storm passes you. Thank you for coming in. Subterfuge looks like we're going for. They breed inland. It'd be so something. Be subtle. Probably adopt a parrot or 12. We have had chickens. Yes, I guess those are birds, right? The counts plan to replace the king's advisors with their own agents. First, they must prove that they're doing a bad job. To advance their scheme, the counts must lower stability to 4 or less in 3 seasons. I guess I don't count those chickens as, say, a household bird. Norella of the Dr. Joe Fly family. Powerful coastal tycoon. Scribbles with a well-used quill on a hardwood desk, explaining in measured prose. Backyard chickens are lovely. Is Norella bald? I can't really tell. I don't see any hair peeking out. I think Norella's bald. Fellow patricians of the coast, my claim to the throne is far more legitimate than that of King Darth. Something must be done. My daughter's a criminal. No, your daughter might be queen someday. How do we make it happen, Dr. Joe? A, intimidation. B, an uprising. Or C, monopoly. A involves raising stability up, would go against the counts. B, raising the treasury, currently it's at 3,000. And then C, raising your own trade, it sits at 7. Solid will prefer dog, though. Yep. They're probably best. Doggos. Love dog. Love all animals, but love doggos best, probably. Man's best friend. Let's make the kingdom better in the process. I know, indeed. Dinner is good. Save me some. This dog so much. That's why I lived alone when I lived in Los Angeles. I wasn't allowed to have pets in my apartment. I think that's one of the reasons I was lonely. Never seen Monopoly. It's been a while here. I was watching somebody do it the other night, though. The patricians plan to privatize this entire damn kingdom. First, they must build up their industry. To advance their scheme, the Pats must raise their trade to 5 or more in 4 seasons. Alright. Everybody's goals for the game, then. Barons attempting modernization. They need to lower everyone else's military. The Counts are attempting subterfuge. Right now, they need the kingdom's stability to be low. The Patricians are attempting to run a monopoly. They need their own trade to be high. My goal, then, farming for the game. It's mid-tier. So maybe I can hit my own goal. Headphones connected. Hello. Roswell. Hello there. How are you doing today, Roswell? Unity time. Not yet, I guess, but will be Unity time. And, ooh. Be still my heart. Maybe I do have a goal for this game. A fishy wedding. Maybe I do have a goal for the game. Were there multiple rearranges? Are there bitter step-ons? I would assume maybe sisters, but who knows? Morgamoon, maybe you're right. Your Majesty, the Archduke of Saul has invited you to his forthcoming wedding. Your attendance would help shore up relations between our 2 great nations. Darth Vader and Glorb fanfic. By all that glitters, great nation, the Isle of Saul is nothing more than a nest of pirates and cutthroats. Glorb. Love Glorb. I do love Padme, though. And I heard it isn't even a proper marriage anyway. The Archduke is marrying a fish. The groom is a Finfolk, one of the denizens of the sea. Perfectly sapient, actually amphibious. Well, the church doesn't agree with a man marrying a fish. We mustn't legitimize this farce by allowing the king to attend. Alright, well, a fishy wedding is going on here, then. A, of course the king should attend the wedding. B, the king will not attend, but will send his warm regards. Or C, do we condemn the wedding and sever diplomatic ties with the Isle of Saul? We will start the vote. I will not use one of my laws here. What do we do? We know what this event is. If you're newer to the game, you may not know, but this is a fun event that a lot of people like. What do we do, though? Of course, the king should attend the wedding. The king will not attend, but will send warm regards. Or do we condemn the wedding altogether? I want Glorb, but I want to win also. Yeah, it's against the Count's interest to vote A. But at the same time, personally, it will be glorious. Excellent. The wedding is scheduled for next year. I'll inform the Archduke that you should be delighted to attend. This kingdom is sliding into madness. When it's announced that you will attend the wedding, the patricians are naturally scandalized. But the peasants, sentimental as ever, are in favor of your decision. Public opinion turns against the overly strict church. Faith will go down for everybody. Maybe you can set up, set up. We play 2 games. Counts can get the next one. Stability will go up. But at the same time, stats aren't going to do well if we continue down that path. And let's check our other event. There is a new baby. Well, all babies are new. You can't have an old baby. Combo. Greetings, your grace. Some fine news for my peasants in the east. A baby has been born on your birthday, bearing a birthmark in the shape of the number 9. A fantastic omen. Perhaps we should mark the occasion. Great. A baby born? Marked with the 9? A. The king will send his blessings. B. The king has no time for peasant brats. C. Gift the parents a bounty of fine jewels and wine. Or D. Send the Inquisition to make sure the birthmark is real. I mean, it could be, we could be falling for the oldest scam in the book, okay? The fake false mark on the baby trick. Hard to say. Hard to say here. In 948, I don't think they would have been, you know, they were a lot more gullible, right? That's what I've always said. If I was a time traveler, I would probably be a scam artist. With my hundreds of years of knowledge over everybody, I could definitely just con people. That's unethical, I know, but at the same time, what else am I going to do? I wouldn't want to change the timeline or anything. Time is delicate. You didn't even know the Counts can get this event? Well, boom. It would make a great novel. Would it? Well, that's like a question. People ask, like, what would you do if you traveled back in time? What would you do to, like, survive, to make money, to do anything? And so that's my answer, is that I would probably be a con artist. Because you have all these years of knowledge and scams and just stuff that you could just fool people with. Like, I wouldn't be able to invent... You don't want to invent things, which is something you could do, but then that would put you on the radar. And then if you start, you could be burned for witchcraft or something. I wouldn't want to be, I wouldn't want people accusing me of being a sorcerer. No time for present bats, though. All right. Yeah, that's true. Why are you bringing this to me? The king has no time for peasant brats. Well, it's only the serfs. They'll survive. But rumors of your coldness circulate among the common folk. So I wouldn't bless a baby. Big deal. Babies are born every day. The honor guard. Your Highness, I have a brilliant idea. Why don't you hold a battle royale to choose your honor guard? Success. Success. This is the best reign we've had in a long time. Glorb plus the battle royale? Probably, like, an alchemist sounds like something fun too. I don't know if I'd be able to do everything. And then there's a matter of getting all the ingredients, though. You gotta remember, you're time traveling. It's not like you can order things off of Amazon. You'd have to be able to find it wherever you're at. Alright. Koksu, welcome on in. How are you doing here today? And then, yeah, TL, there's that problem as well. Then you can't... It would be hard to explain anything to anybody, because there's no point of reference for anybody. Some Eye of Newt for reasons. Alright. So it's a lot harder to be a time travel than people can predict sometimes. Alright. We're starting a prediction. Who will be my honor guard? And I love this event. Who will win the Battle Royale? The Barons, Counts, or the Pats? 2-minute poll going up right now. Matic, welcome on in. How are you doing today as well? Thank you for joining us here. Lazy coming on in. Lazy, a Baron. Matic, you're a Baron. Koksu, a Baron. Barons, you got a lot of help all at once there. Woo! Love to see a rain. I'm going to try for that one time, because we came very close to that one rain. And indeed, TL, yes. The way we speak English is different than the way people speak English like 20 years ago, let alone hundreds of years ago. So it would be hard. And they probably would burn you no matter what. How are you doing here, everybody? We are having an event. If you have not seen this event, our honor guard are going to be randomly picked for us. But it's a lot of fun. There's going to be a little role play event here as they battle each other. And then Crystal, yes, Crystal is usually the one to suggest it. She has done it like 3 or 4 times for us before. Once is a tragedy, twice it's foolishness. But we're about to choose our honor guard in the funnest way possible. You can be a priest. See, that's another thing then with my con man sort of thing. I could pretend to perform miracles. Like sleight of hand? They have no idea what sleight of hand is. I could do card tricks and just blow people's minds. If you let us host it in the March, I'll even pay you for it. The spectacle will boost our economy massively. And of course, I'm confident the Marcher veterans will win. Veracor, thank you for the follow. How are you doing today? Welcome on in. Your Majesty, this is pointless. Why don't you just choose your honor guard and be done with it? Veracor, thank you for joining us here. Welcome on in. No, how could I resist a battle royale, alright? This is one of the funnest things to do. Veracor, you are a patrician. Thank you for joining us here. If you have any questions about the game, let us know here. But we are all very knowledgeable. Picking the honor guard right now. If you want to predict, you can. I always seem to want to pick the Pats, personally, for this, because it seems like in a battle royale, wouldn't the gladiators have an advantage? They're used to a battle royale. Fantastic. I'll begin organizing the event at once. So Crystal, as our hostess, will lose 750 gold. That's a lot. But it'll be worth it. A week later, you receive word that the battle royale is due to begin. Hailed on the battlements of Baroness Crystal's fortress. You travel down to spectate, along with a horde of murder fans from across the kingdom. So trade will go up 2. That is very much worth it for 750 gold. Welcome, one and all. Today's competitors are Eastern Knights of the Order of the Crown Rose, champion gladiators from the coastal arena, and the Barons, battle-hardened veteran soldiers. Who will you support, Your Majesty? All right, and then how did our prediction go? I will support who the prediction went to. The Counts, with 69% of the vote. Nice. So I'll support the Eastern Knights. I think our Marcher veterans will surprise you. Also nice. Watch the fight. The bell rings. Ding, ding. The Marcher soldier charges like a bull, his sword already swinging. The gladiator deflects with his shield, grunting with the effort. Ugh. The gladiator backs away, straight into the range of the knight's sword. She swings, a flash of gleaming steel, but he somehow dodges, leaving a thin red scar across his torso. My oily boy. He's not perfect. The 3 fighters dart back and forth, almost too fast for your eyes to follow. Once, twice, a blade finds its mark. Blood sprays, and finally, someone stands victorious. Too slippery. Somebody stands victorious. It's the Eastern Knight. Her sword raised in triumph above her head. Her opponents lie dead at her feet. It is the Eastern Knight. Boom! GG. Pat's believed, or Count's believed. Bloody hell! They must have cheated, or we just got unlucky. Regardless, you got the honor guard you want. You have the honor guard you wanted, Your Majesty. Me, who hosted it? Crystal hosted it here. Baroness Crystal, so, you guys got trade bonus. Authority will go up. And if, surprise me. I know, indeed. Worth a couple crabs. End of season. Our first auction of the game. Exclamation point fund. Space your choice. Space how much you wish to bid for an auction. Everybody except for Crystal then will have their starting stack of 1,000 gold. But she already bought 2 trade for you. I think that was very much worth it. Only the top 2 buildings will get funded. Let's examine everything we have. A, the observatory lowers faith for the barons. B, the Thieves Guild will lower trade down for the barons. C, the Deer Park will lower farming for the counts. D, the prison will lower stability for the kingdom. E, the Grand Bazaar will raise trade for the Pats. And then F, the stadium will lower military for the Pats. Barons, their goal, other people's military being low, therefore they want F, keeping the Pats down. The Counts want their stability to be low, therefore they are D. Patricians want their own trade to be high. That is E, then. So everybody a little something they might want. We'll start the auction. 60 seconds you will have. Get in your sniping funds. The last 10 seconds at least, maybe more. Because I cannot stop the auction. It is, once it hits 0, it's done. D&D are early leaders. D lowers stability, that is counts. E raises trade up for the Pats. I see F also getting some as well, though. D reinforced a little bit. It's at 1,100. Now 1,300, and F goes to 850, lowering military for the patricians. There's 400 in A, lowering faith down for the barons. Prime sniping position. Still lurking, busy with the lower writing. Good luck. I hope to... Are you going to put it in the Kaji's Discord, I hope? 10 seconds left. Marley, if you do not know, our friend Marley writes a whole lot of awesome fiction for her characters for the kingdom that are excellent. Is it A and F? A? Am I reading that right? No, D. I was like, what an A? D and D. D and D. D, lower stability. That is counts. Slippity slap. 600, biggest contributor to that. E, the Grand Bazaar, raises trade up for the Pats. Veracor, biggest contributor to that. So military remains. Military remains at 3. We have an island rises. Dr. Joe. Your Serene Highness, something most strange has occurred in the Ghost Sea. A new island has risen, halfway between our shores and the Isle of Sol. The Finfolk raised it from the depths using their weird ocean magic. It's true, Your Majesty. The Finfolk raised the island to celebrate the marriage of the prince to the Archduke of Sol. They will gift it to him on the day of the ceremony. Marley doesn't run it, but Marley heavily contributes to that one. Yes, Morgramoon. There's a lot of people that do that. Who's the name of the... I forget who's the one who created the world, Anvil. It's true, Your Majesty. All right. This is terrible news. That island is of immense strategic importance. We can't let it fall into Solish hands. Taylor, good morning. How are you doing here today? Welcome on in, Miss Taylor Baylor. How are you feeling? Happy Wednesday. You are a Baroness for the game. And then, Ranger. Welcome on in. Ranger. Thank you for joining us here. You are a Count. Welcome on in, Rain. Good to see you here. Trying to make history this time. Vaspir, that's its name then, yes. Who runs it? Welcome on in, Ranger. If you have any questions about the game, let us know here. We can help you out. We are quite knowledgeable. We are playing a couple week long tournament to determine the best nations in King's the Castle. The winner of which I will cosplay as this Halloween. So if there's any faction that you like, look at the schedule, maybe help them win on days that they are playing. We've got an infamous event right here. If you have played before, maybe you know this. An island has appeared. What do? Do we send the king to conduct secret negotiations with the Finfolk? B, the king shall attend the wedding as planned. C, do we pay a wizard to sink the island back into the sea? Or D, do we send the king to seduce the Finfolk prince, sabotaging the wedding? It's up to you. What do we do? I will try to stick by your choice here, my nobles. Whatever it may be. Or D, whatever it may be, whatever it may D for that matter. Did it not count it when you put the thing there? Aw. Send the king to seduce the Finfolk prince. The fan fiction we didn't know we needed. I'm not playing as particularly, but I am Darth Vader here today, everybody. Darth Vader would love Glorb. Capital idea. Frost, welcome on in. Capital idea. You want me to sleep with the fishes? Lady Frost, you are a patrician. Hello there. How are you doing here, lady? And, you're arriving in time for the good parts. You needn't go that far, but you're unattached. You'd make a far better match for this Finfolk prince than the Archduke of some rainy little island. I've heard... I mean, it's not the most strange thing you'll find on the internet. That is agreed. If I must, then I will do it. Preparations begin for the clandestine visit to one of the Finfolk's undersea villages. Your Chancellor has heard of magic reeds that allow the bearer to breathe underwater. But such a thing will take weeks to track down. At least that gives you time to prepare for your underwater visit. And to buy some waterproof roses. Do those exist? Waterproof roses? Meanwhile, there's a terrible curse in the march. Uh-oh. Baron Maddock rushes into the council chamber, breathless and in disarray. By sea and storm, says Frost. You look like you haven't slept in weeks. Because I've been placed under a curse. Look, my hair is falling out in chunks. By the ninth god, get away from me then, Maddock. Because one of the common folk, I saw it in her eyes, she's an evil witch. Right. Maddock is losing his hair thanks to a witch's curse, maybe? Not his hair, not the hair! Get away! Bald is beautiful, everybody. But I love my hair. I do love my hair. Do we A, have the so-called witch tested? B, do we send scholars to the Marcher lands to find an explanation? C, do we have the accursed Maddox sent to the coast to relax? Alright. Test the witch. Send scholars. Or just send Matic on a little vacation. Do we have oil? We do got oil. Oil. Earl. She's lighter than luck, yeah. I mean, that's how we test witches. It's not pretty. That's why in our time travel experiment, you gotta be careful. Peasants will just, if they accuse you of any kind of craft like that, they'll get you. Alright. Let's have this witch tested. You arrange for a priestess of the ninth god to question the accused. The church doesn't look kindly upon witches, particularly if they're cursing a noble for no reason. The peasant girl denies everything, but her defiant attitude gets her in trouble. After a few days of questioning, the verdict is announced guilty. Okay. So was she a witch? It doesn't sound like she's a witch, and we're about to do something bad anyway. The accused is hauled away for punishment. Every time. But Maddox's hair troubles persist. Word quickly spreads about the incident, and peasants mutter that the witch was innocent. Civility will go down. There's always this possibility, too. Yes, just... Okay. First roll of the game didn't go too well. Don't worry about it. We're finding a spouse. Do we have to find a spouse? In the twisty passage of the castle, you can avoid your advisors, the nobles, even the spy master. But there's one person you can't avoid. Your mother. Why haven't you found a spouse yet? It's been almost a year. Too many sulfates in the shampoo. But mother, I don't want to get married. Nonsense. A king cannot rule alone. Don't worry, I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What is your preference, men, women? Do you not mind? Bring me anything, Mom. Excellent. I'll send out messages to the most influential families in the kingdom. See what they have to offer. Let's see, indeed. End of season. I just want to see. Tax season. 3 ways the monarch may tax the nobles. The cruel tax raises defiance with the nation. Adds 400 gold to the treasury. Takes 400 wealth from everybody in that color. Common tax, no defiance swing, a mere 100 treasury to 100 wealth. The bribe will lower defiance, lower the treasury by 700, and add 700 wealth to everybody in that color. The counts got the bonus. They imposed harsh taxes on their serfs. They all gained 500 gold, leaving our 2 richest nobles currently, Miss Marley and Reigned. Overall, hard to say. Overall, hard to say. Well, it's pretty even, mostly. Barons by sheer numbers, maybe. I'm trying to remain neutral, so I think common tax, especially right here, common tax here isn't bad. I mean, if anything, I would cruel tax you all. Hoy might. Defiance isn't high, but I think common is best. No bribes. I can't bribe you all. Not yet. We must visit the Finn folk. Ding, 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 ding. The Finn folk sent a stagecoach made from a giant clam, pulled by seahorses. You equipped your magic breathing reed and hop inside. The clam carriage plunges back beneath the depths, and you are whisked away into the beneath the waves, back to the murky, and whisked away beneath the murky depths. Got ahead of myself. A few hours later, you arrive at an undersea citadel of kelp-woven huts. The prince meets you at a grand table formed of knotted coral. Tiny finfolk spawnlings swim around your legs as you sit. Greetings, Your Majesty. We are honored to have such a prestigious visitor. This place is amazing. A whale passes overhead, momentarily dousing you in shadow. So you're here to discuss my betrothal to Archduke Shomo and the island I'm giving him as a dowry. First of all, I must offer my congratulations. Go full Darth Vader for this. Thank you. Unlike most of my kind, I believe that Finfolk and Surface Folk must get along. This wedding is the first step in that process. May I ask, why do you have to give him a dowry? Well, it's a very small island. The Archduke assured me it wasn't worth much. After all, you surface folk have so much land already. Actually, the island's worth a huge amount to us. Oh, really? How interesting. The Archduke told me differently. This new island could cause a war between your future husband and I. A war? Really? I can't risk that. It seems my betrothed has misled me about the importance of this island. Such deceit! He is not the man I thought him to be. I will have to call off the wedding. Thank you for clarifying things for me, Your Majesty. If you haven't seen it, then. Why should I go so soon? Let's have a drink. The Finfolk Prince offers you bitter seaweed beer, which you imbibe through a complex underwater drinking mechanism. True. For hours, you and he swap stories and commiserate over the hardships of royalty. As the night draws on, you find yourself and the prince getting closer and closer. A touch on the knee, a stroke on the gills. Could you take things further? Do we hope for that now, lady? There is dynasty events. Apparently that can happen with Glorb. I will draw the Finfolk Prince in for a kiss. Just a homewrecker, huh? Nay, no, that was a loveless marriage. We are helping. All right, this is beneficial to everybody, Dakota. No home wrecking. Draw the Finfolk Prince in for a kiss. You spend a pleasurable night with the Finfolk Prince atop a bed of woven kelp. It'll be a night to remember for a long time. But it's over far too quickly. I'm not already married. No. We made it before we got engaged even. We will propose to marry the Finfolk Prince. When you drop to one knee, the Finfolk Prince makes a startled noise that sounds like a frog throwing up a set of bagpipes. You cannot be serious! This is so fast! You don't even know my name! And, that's true, we don't even know Glorb's name yet. What is your name? My name is Glorb! Problem solved. I have only just decided to end my betrothal to the Archduke. You would have me move on so quickly. Glorb? We are destined to be together. We will rule the galaxy as king and finfolk. But what about your vindictive nobles and your hidebound priests? Your kingdom is less accepting of my kind than the Isle of Sol. Love can overcome any hurdle. This is madness, but... With a gentle smile, Glorb grabs you by the hand. Yes, 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 1,000 times yes! In fact, why wait? Let's get married right now! We can formalize things in your cathedral later, but how many of your kind can boast of having an underwater wedding? The prince rushes about the village, organizing an impromptu ceremony. Before you know it, you're swimming down the aisle, a manta ray draped around your shoulders like a cloak. Do you take me as your husband? I do. Glorb draws you in for a passionate kiss. The watching villagers cheer, filling the choral church with bubbles. And so we are married in the eyes of the Deep Queen. I suppose we must journey to the surface and marry in the eyes of your ninth god as well. I'm so looking forward to meeting your courtiers. Frog. That is the sound right there. Thank you for clipping it. Couldn't help it. Appreciate it. Just for the drama of a manta ray cloak? Ooh, baby. Indeed. I want to hear more kings. Some kings, I ask all kings to do the sound whenever they're doing Glorb event. You have to. It's tradition. Just, let me do the talking. Of course. I hope that they come to accept me as one of their own. The next day, after a wonderful wedding night, you and your new husband travel back to the surface in a clamshell carriage. So oh, ninth above. You've brought the Finfolk Prince back with you. The Chancellor turns a faint shade of red at the sight of your handsome, glistening husband. Indeed, good Chancellor, and we are married now. I see. Well, may I be the first to congratulate you, Your Majesty, but the Church will not be happy when they find out. I know, the envy. Chancellor was hoping for it himself. And in fact, in alternate universes, the Chancellor can get Glorb for themselves. On the other end of the coast, there is a new trend. Love the Chancellor. Lord Patrician Vericord is here to see you, Your Majesty. He wants to sell you a, crab. A what? It's the latest trend along the coast, Your Majesty. The patricians have started keeping them as a species of jeweled crab, as a fashionable pet. The creatures are so rare that one can now sell for as much as a mansion. Airhawk, how are you doing here? Welcome on in. Welcome to the Barrens, Airhawk. How are you feeling today? We have just had a fishy wedding going on. A whole mansion, I know. But, it's a good reign so far. The creatures are so rare, one can now sell for a mansion. Alright, A whole mansion. Where can I get some myself? I suppose, very well, send him in. Thank you for seeing me, your majesty. I know the price is steep, but I assure you, these crabs will only go up in value. We buy crabs. I think we can. It's a great investment. I've got plenty of money to do it. Let's go. Let's go. Counting out your gold. Lord Patrician Veracor assures you that you will not regret your purchase. No banning. No banning. We go crabs. Veracor only had 100 gold. You spent money in the last auction, so you get some back there. Okay. Crabs will be a good investment for the kingdom. Well then, I now have to confront my mother about my my marriage. Just kill him if he's wrong. Well, I spent weeks finding some suitable matches for you. But I suppose, given the circumstances, I wasted my time. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. That's what mothers always hit you with, right? Mom. I'm sorry. I couldn't see. My bad, Mom. I'm sorry. End of season. So no, we are married. We will not get to pick an option here today. Chaos in the kingdom. Meanwhile, far in the east, Count Sir Slippity Slap is hosting a dinner party in his castle with a few distinguished guests. The kingdom's in great jeopardy, and the council is calling for the king's inner circle to resign. We need to increase the pressure. If the king's in a weak enough position, he'll have no choice but to bow to our demands. No more interfering spy master. No more marshal, chancellor, or treasurer. A whole new inner circle, all made up of counts. Hey, it's me. It is you. And then this one's a fun one to do, because then you get to see people get to be the new advisors in a way. It can show up later in dynasties, yes. In the Hoi dynasty, we had Glorb at least twice. I married Glorb. For the next stage of your scheme, the counts must lower authority to 4 or less in 3 seasons. So Finfolk can come multiple times. Alright. Counts switching from stability to authority then. Ranger, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good time. Play a lot of King of the Castle around here. We will go, and we're doing new dynasties every day for this week and next week, determining what are the 3 top factions, and then they will play in a winner-takes-all opportunity on the next Praise the Ninth event that we'll have. I've got a controversial wedding. Let's go. You stare out over the assembled faces of your nobles. You have a big announcement for them. You're not sure how they'll take it. Badly, you expect. You clear your throat. May I introduce you to your new king consort. Your servants blow trumpets to signal the Finfolk prince's arrival. He steps out beside you, his feet slapping on the marble, and waves awkwardly with his little fin, so it's like... Bloop. I will do my best to bring our people together. For too long, land and sea have failed to understand each other. A collective gasp ripples through the ranks of nobles. Someone faints. One of the patricians spits out a mouthful of wine. That's below! The king has married a fish! Someone fetch the archbishop! The Pats don't like it. Defiance goes up 3. By the 9th, you married a Finfolk over one of our eligible candidates? Do you see, Glorb? Enough said. Defiance will go up 2 for barons and counts. At least you found a match with royal blood. Can't you all just be normal for a change? The nobles muttered darkly among themselves. News of your Finfolk husband spreads like wildfire throughout the kingdom. It's not long before an outraged archbishop is petitioning the council. Your Majesty, this undersea wedding is not legitimate. Finfolk traditions have no authority in this kingdom. I will not allow your fishy friend to step a single webbed foot into St. Bertrand's Cathedral. Heldon, how are you doing today? We are about ready to officially marry Glorb, our beloved. You, however, our patrician, are not happy about it. But are you happy about it? What do we do? A. Allow the loyal wedding to go ahead in the cathedral. B. The wedding shall take place in a secular venue. Or C. No wedding. The king already got married underwater. Since your name is really Patrick, being a patrician seems fitting. Patrick the patrician. It works. Royal wedding. We are marrying Glorb. If you've not seen this event here, it's near and dear to our hearts. But how do we go about the wedding? Have it in St. Bertrand's Cathedral. Take place in a secular venue. Or was my marriage underwater enough? And we don't need another one. Kind of like screwing Archie here. Archie isn't as mean as the High Inquisitor. Archie can be more endearing, though Archie has his moments of just being a jerk. Mostly it's the High Inquisitor we hate. And you gotta understand, this is coming, you know. This shatters his whole belief system. I can understand. I can try to empathize a little with Archie. At the same time, it's my husband. Your wedding to the Finfolk prince is naturally the talk of the kingdom. Commoners travel from every corner of the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. Many nobles refuse to attend the event. Even now, they're still furious that you're marrying a Finfolk. On the day of the ceremony, the streets are packed, but St. Bertrand's Cathedral is nearly empty. You attempting something here, Waper? But when you walk down the aisle to see Glorb waiting by the altar, nothing else matters. Glorb cosplay would be hard. He looks like different. I wouldn't want to just be green like the Hulk. Hulk, I would do all green if I was Hulk. But Glorb, I need professional makeup to do Glorb justice. I'd also need to work out a little bit. Cat playing? Is there a program? What? Just mumble type? Alright. Do you take this fish as your lawfully wedded husband? I think so. Moon, that's the deep lore, right? I object! You recognize that figure anywhere? How would I? How would the king recognize Archduke Shomo? Is something I've questioned here. Like, we're in 949. There aren't, like, photographs. There might be a portrait you've seen, but I mean, why would I have a portrait of him? How would I ever recognize him? It's Archduke Shomo, the man who had been betrothed to the Finfolk prince. Until you sweeped in. I mean, portraits, though, but why would I have a portrait of him? Like, I wouldn't have a portrait of the Archduke of another kingdom, would I? I'd have portraits commissioned of me. Of, like, the other royals. The Kingdom New Shores. I mean, he could have been described to me. I mean, there are guns. There are guns, yes, but trade isn't what it was. Like we were saying earlier with time travel. We couldn't just send a portrait. I couldn't even ask him for a portrait, probably. Neighboring? He's not even neighboring. He's across the ocean. Or the sea. I may have met him. I guess I may have met him, but... Maybe we did meet. I guess that's the explanation. You stole my husband! Snake fiend, I want my island! The Archduke was swiftly bundled away by security. You suspect that's not the last you've heard from him. And if I did recognize him, why, there wasn't many people in the cathedral. He wouldn't have been able to sneak in. He written on his forehead. You turn your attention back to the Archbishop, who is rolling his eyes. I do. Then I pronounce you fish and husband. Husband and fish. Now get out of here. You're greeted outside the cathedral by a huge cheering crowd. The nobles and the church may not like it, but the common folk adore your new Finfolk husband. Maybe, would Glorb have had a portrait of him already? He could have. They like me. They really like me. You and your husband head back to the palace, where you celebrate long into the night. It's hours before the two of you have had any time alone. Surface costumes are so fascinating. I was particularly impressed by your land horses. We just call them horses, Glorb, but you'll get used to that. So, what now? I can't stay above water for more than a week. My people still need a leader. Archaic, thank you for lurking here. Finish off my coffee. And it's getting icy. Fam's enjoying your game. Well, thank you here, Archaic. I appreciate you being around. I try to entertain and educate. A shipment of caviar for my wedding. Thank you. Thank you. Implying that they just call the seahorses horses is what that does. Mastodon, welcome on in. How are you feeling today? Happy Wednesday, happy hump day. You are a baron. Welcome on in, sir. A new faction. Finfolk skin for Halloween? Maybe even as a joke. Glorb. We're marrying Glorb, by the way. We've married Glorb, by the way, Mastodon. It's done. Best husband. You mean you're gonna leave soon, Glorb? I'm sorry, but I promise I'll be back as often as I can. Let's hope your nobles get used to my presence. True, Moon. True. Glorb, let's not worry about all this tonight. You're right, of course. Can we stay up until sunrise? I'd love nothing more. You and your new husband stay awake until dawn, excitedly going over your plans for human Finfolk cooperation. Eventually, he drifts off to sleep with his arm around you and his head on your shoulder. The church condemns you, but the peasants are on your side for once. Across the kingdom, more and more ordinary people are striking up relationships with Finfolk, getting married in the shallows. Faith will go down across the board. The improved relations between sea and shore are particularly beneficial to the coast, where finfolk happily herd fish into coastal nets. Oh, baby, a triple! Coast gets 3 farming. You can't be mad at me for marrying Glorb. Look at your farming. Falsely accused. Ranger. Your Grace, I bring bad news from our newly constructed prison in the east. Lots of fistics. One of our prisoners, a murderous rogue by the name of Quinstock Pussy. Pussy? Pussy? Quinstock Pussy has escaped. His location is currently... The double doors bang open. A grubby-looking peasant strides into the council hall, escorted by an anxious watchman. Is it Pussy? 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 Pussy. It's like Pussy? P-U-C-E. Depends on where they're from, I guess. In this room? I don't get the... I know. Like the color? I don't know that color. That's a color? Pussy? I've never... Sorry, Your Majesty. He said it was urgent. He was pretty persuasive. What color is that? I've never heard of that being a color. It's a pinkish. I'd just call that sort of pink. Brown. A brown? Is it supposed to be a brown? It says it's a mixed purple and brown. You get poussé, a close relative of burnt sienna. The color's name is French word for flea, so it would be poussé, I think then. Okay. Again, educational streams. I think it's poussé. Oh yeah, that dialogue's a little weird then. Yeah. When as I look it up, I'm seeing it looks pink. My eyesight. It's like a darker sort of pink. I don't know. Some of these are more brownish. Poussé, not poussé. Your Majesty, I swear I'm innocent. Count Ranger threw me in prison on trumped-up charges simply because I said I didn't like his hat. Ha 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 ha! Your Grace, I have no idea what this fool is talking about. There's gotta be a joke. There's gotta be a joke in there somewhere for sure. Don't eat the crab dip. Yay, yay. Alright. Apparently, Ranger and this, Pussy, are having a bit of a squabble. Do we A, throw the foolish peasant back in prison? B, do we free Quinstock and imprison Count Ranger instead? Do we C, ask the spymaster to investigate further? Or do we D, allow both Count Ranger and the peasant to go free? B does sound funny there, doesn't it? Durble Blurble, welcome on in, Durble. How are you doing today? Rude. It does seem very rude, though. Durble, you are a count for the game. Thank you for joining us. One of your fellow counts and a peasant are apparently having a squabble. What do we do? Ba-da-dum-bum. How are you doing? Durable, good to have you here. I assume you're familiar with the game when you come in with a join, but if you have any questions, let us know here. Counts right now want authority to be low, would be Count's goal. Barons are trying to keep others' military down. Pats trying to concentrate on their own trade. And it looks like, yeah, alright. We believe the peasant over Count Ranger. You see how it is. I know. Remember everybody voting for B here, Ranger. But at the same time, that's lowering authority, so Counts sort of want it. Maybe they'll have better hats in prison, eh? Say another bad word about my hat. One more word, knave, I dare you. It takes 7 watchmen to restrain Count Ranger as he's dragged down to your dungeons. Dude, you got some strength, buddy. 7 of my watch. He doesn't even wear a hat. He was so ashamed he took it off, is what we said. We said that yesterday, too. He had a hat, he just, now he can't wear it anymore. When the common folk celebrate Quinstock Pousse's exoneration, it's also taken as a sign that the king's injustice is flawed. B was funny. B was pretty funny here, you gotta admit. And apologies, Ranger has died, has been imprisoned, not death, but if your character, fear not, if your character in this game dies, becomes imprisoned, otherwise incapacitated, you never stop playing. Everybody welcome your son, Ranger the Second, to the council. Oh no, by the way, counts did like that still. Authority went down, stability went up. There is a trade opportunity. Halden, your esteemed highness, I've a fantastic idea to both trade in the coast. A Celeste Oth fair. Every noble worth their salt should have a hat collection. I think so, too. Ooh, a fair with candied apples and dancing the maypole? Almost, your august majesty. Merchants and inventors from all across Celeste Oth. Not just cursed Salon Tavelin, but the distant Atish, mysterious Valamir, even Ashmedians. If they can behave themselves. It'll be the first of its kind, a place for traders from across the realm to meet, swap stories, show off their wares. Of course, we need the council's approval. Maidenless. Hello there. Welcome on in. Maidenless. You are a patrician for the game. Does this sound... Yeah, I haven't seen this too often. Like a World Trade Fair event, but I have seen it before. What do we do? I don't think I've seen all the branches of it either, though. So that's interesting. An interesting event. A, do we hold the Celeste Oth Fair in the coast? B, hold the Celeste Oth Fair in the March instead. C, hold a smaller fair just for fun. Or D, it's not going to happen. Yeah, this is a pretty... I don't know exactly the requirements for it. We will pause momentarily for station identification. Where do we want to hold the fair? Do I veto D? Just because, then? I might. We might veto D, because we want to have the fair. Why would we not have the fair? I think, yeah, is D even an option? Why would we not have the fair? Must I waste a veto on it? But I will. We will have a fair. Where do we hold it? In the coast for A? In the March for B? Or do we just hold a smaller fair just for fun? Counts? You have a counts? You can swing the vote. I see a couple counts on the March's side. Plenty of Pats, though, in there. Modern Ferris wheels were invented at Chicago World Trade Fair? Cool. And is that why their fair is wheels? Is that the fair? Alright. Does appear as barons and counts are in agreement here. Let's hold it in the March instead. What? No! This was my idea! And, yeah, this does seem to cut out Halden for having this wonderful idea here. The fines will go up 2 for the patricians. Jelly, welcome on in. You are a baroness for the game here. Good morning here, Jelly. I know. This is kind of a jerk move here, nobles. Well, I think it's a great idea. This will put the march on the map. Treasury goes down 1,000 because it was built by George Ferris Jr. Even more. All right, I don't know much about Ferris wheels. Sure enough, the fair is a great success. Marcher cities bustle with travelers from across the known world. Merchants display their wares in the streets, each showing off their bizarre or coveted items. Bottles full of song, fish made of fog, silk ropes that move like snakes. Money changes hands, deals are struck. Barons all gained money. How much did you have, barons? Did you all gain 750 here? Trade will go up 3. Wow. Barons. That's why you want to have a fair. And that is why I hate the barons. We check in with them in a distant fortress. Amidst dark and foreboding forests, a small, squat castle stands watch over the Marcher border. There at the end of the kingdom, a plot is hatching. Ha! The kingdom's militaries are in shambles. Those pathetic weaklings couldn't fight their way through a field of rabbits. I've drafted the reform proposals as planned. The council will be more than happy to follow our lead. Good. But you must ensure that they don't get shitties. Jelly? Yeah, just in time. The kingdom must be stable for our proposal to work. So yeah, you would have joined with 1,000, so yeah, you all gained 750 gold there. That was perfect. It is you. Grand, a calm before the storm. For the next stage of the Baron's scheme, you must raise stability to 5 or more in 2 seasons. In a dingy seaside tavern, 2 patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. The coast economy has never been better. We're making more money than I know what to do with. Money breeds money. I've made a series of investments to improve our profits even more. But what do we do with the rest of the gold? The patricians, not to be outdone by the barons hosting the trade fair, they all just gained 750 gold as well. Here we go. Only the poor counts are in poverty. Time to start buying things, of course. Lands, roads, bridges. We'll buy up the whole kingdom piece by piece. But first, the king must be in desperate need of our gold. To advance their scheme, the Pats must lower the treasury 1,500 or less in 2 seasons. All right, everybody on stage 2, they will go off in 2 seasons. Barons need stability to be high, 5 or more. The counts need authority to be low, 4 or less. And then the patricians need the kingdom's treasury to be 1,500 or less. Barons and Pats currently are hitting their goal. Counts need authority to lower just 2 more. On the verge of rebellion are the patricians. We haven't had a rebellion this week so far, but then again, I've been mostly keeping people happy. I think the Pats have reasons to be mad. But before we rebel, Ephra gets in there. Before we rebel, let's look. We have crab futures to look forward to, Pats. This can only be good. Veracor. The crab craze has swollen to unforeseen heights, Your Majesty. More crab news, really? The trade is so profitable, the patricians are shutting down textile mills to focus on crab catching. Thousands are unemployed. Who cares about that, Your Majesty? Your box of crabs is now worth nearly double what you paid for it. Alright. Crabs are going up. Do I sell? Hold my nerve. Hold the crabs. Or is this a waste of everyone's time? I'll make the sale of jeweled crabs illegal. I think I'll roll. I'll roll here. Is what I think I'll do. Mr. Panda. Hello there, sir. Hello there, sir. How are you doing here today? Welcome on in. Deciding what to do with crabs. You have any opinions on crabs? Do you got crabs? We got crabs. I think I'll roll. I will roll here to determine what to do with my crabs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Have a good night here, sir. Hope all is well. Hope you feel good. I saw you were drinking a little bit on your stream, so have water as well. A D6. I rolled a 2, which means we sell the crabs now. You sell your crabs for much more than you paid. The treasurer appears satisfied with your practicality. Yep, let's rebel now. Meanwhile, industries collapse along the coast. There is an island dowry. Glorb. Darth, I have a surprise for you. Close your eyes. Close my eyes. When you open them up again, you're looking at a map. There's a new dot in the middle that goes sea. What's this? I've raised a new island for you. Call it a wedding present. When you announce the good news, the marshal is ecstatic. Even the nobles are grudgingly impressed. Authority will go up 1. Let's see what the council wants to do with the new island. All right. We're getting an island. We're getting an island. Do we A, turn it into a military outpost for the coast? B, use it for controlling trade routes? C, give it to the Church of the Ninth? Or D, the council has no need for this accursed island? All right. This may or may not have been the island that Archduke Shomo wanted, I suppose. Want to help, but we need D. Yes, counts do like D. Should clearly be an outpost. Clearly. A and D very close. Turning it, the military outpost for the coast is A. D, no need for this accursed island. Couple barons coming in with the controlling trade routes. The new island is completely devoid of vegetation, but a perfect place to build a fortress. Soon the coast has command of the surrounding waters. Military will go up 3 for the Pats. Stability goes up 1 for the kingdom. I'm glad you like it. I think we do. And, the rebellion is halted. Authority went up to 7. In order to rebel in this game, if you're a bit newer, and march upon your crown because you are angry, like the Pats might be attempting to do soon, your defiance stat has to be higher than the authority or stability, whatever is higher than. So right now, authority is 7, so you need defiance of 8 to rebel. A tasty innovation. Durble blurble. I don't mean to exaggerate, Your Grace, but I believe I have pioneered the most incredible invention in the history of mankind. I was hosting a small party, playing cards with some old friends. I called for a servant to bring me something to eat that was both tasty and convenient, as my hands were occupied. What my servant brought me that evening will change the world forever, Your Highness. Sounds like your servant invented it. Yes, and he's my employee, so I own the idea. It's only fair. Behold! He holds in the air a plate. Atop the plate are 2 slices of bread, with a piece of meat wedged between them. It allows the hungry noble to consume 2 slices of bread plus meat all at once, saving valuable time. Meanwhile, the bread serves as an impregnable barrier, preventing one's hands from being besmirched by meaty juices. That is astonishing, Durble. Naturally, since this is my invention, I propose we name it after me. In a few years' time, I expect everyone to be enjoying a nice Durble Blurble for lunch. I'll take a double Durble, please. But naturally, this innovation cannot be made available for free. Every time a Durble Blurble is consumed, I expect a small royalty payment. I would eat a Durble Blurble. It sounds desserty, though. Sounds sweet. What would be in our Durble Blurble sandwiches? Best Twitch name ever. Maybe meat? Is it what's on a Durble Blurble? Anyone want to make it for us? A round of Durble Blurbles at once. An America burger. I like burgers. I love hamburgers. That's my favorite food. All right. Well, this is a wonderful idea. Yes, we give Durble Blurble the royalties he deserves. B, no. Durble Blurbles are too delicious to be controlled. C, Durble Blurble should receive a one-time reward from the treasury instead. Or D, the servant shall be rewarded. What was his name again? The Grim 420. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in, Grim. What do we do? Yes, the greatest invention of all time. The Durble Blurble. What do we do? It feels like we should compensate you somehow. The one-time reward? That's not a bad idea. You do deserve it. The servant? We reward servants around here. I think there's something but royalties? Nah. Royalties is very good for Durble. He's wanting it. He wants the royalties. C isn't bad for you, though. It's not as good as A will be. Thank you, Your Highness. I suppose it's better than nothing. So Durble will get 750 gold out of the treasury. Pats love it. Durble Blurbles prove a massively popular luncheon. Bakeries spring up across the East, experimenting with new ingredients. Turns out that you can put almost anything between two slices of bread. Trade will go up 2 for the counts. Nice. Trade pretty prosperous across the kingdom this game. Rebellion is halted then. But we'll continue on. And we'll get to our next auction of the game. Exclamation point fund. Space your choice. Space how much you wish to bid for an auction. Promise to use the money to help the kingdom. Maybe. Richest nobles currently. There is a few-way tie between a lot of people at 1850. Durble, the counts needed that money. The count's technically the poorest amongst everyone. What do we have to provide for this auction? Aid the library. Raises stability in the kingdom. Roswell, you have 900 gold currently. The monument, B, will raise authority for the kingdom. C, the cathedral will raise faith for the counts. D, the theater will lower authority for the kingdom. E, the aqueduct will raise farming for the Pats. Then F, the Grand Bazaar will raise trade for the Pats. Barons want high stability. They need 5 or more. Currently, it's at 6. They could get A maybe to help ensure it. Counts want low authority. Counts want D then. B is anti-count. Anybody wanting to rebel, we need to get authority down. So rebels might want to fund D here. Might put the rebellion back in action. Pats Seemingly not as much to play for then. They can boost their own stats here. If they want to rebel Pats, that is D. 60 seconds you'll have. They may be poor when it comes to money, but they are rich in durable burbles. I know. That's all a man needs. The durable burbles. B, as I turn my head, has a lot already in it. Somebody's sabotaging. Trying to prevent a rebellion, trying to prevent counts is B. Going between the others, then I see A, I see D. C also has summon. It is B and D currently. B raising authority. D is lowering authority. A also has 1,000. There is 800 in C. Still B and D, though. 1,400 is your cutoff. 3,850 in B. There's 15 seconds left. A gets up there. It's B and A currently. A at 2,800 now. B and D. D at 3,100. Between B and D, 8 seconds left. 3,100 is your cutoff. 3,150 now. A, B and A, B and D. B and D. Damn, you funded wrong thing. Waper, what did you do then? Somebody, who is it? Mastodon amongst others then. Is that you, Barons, preventing the authority? B and D get passed, so authority remains the same. Some people will think nothing happens, but no, this is something happening. And Barons, I guess that was many Barons contributing to be there. Durble, biggest contributor, spending a lot of his hard-earned money from the sandwich, reinvesting it in a theater. You got authority mixed up with stability? Oh! That happens. We will, there are modernization proposals. Your Highness, the Barons of the March plan to have the council push through a number of military reforms. For the good of the kingdom, they say. But the reforms are designed to consolidate Marcher control over our ranks. What can I do? The Barons are waiting for a period of stability that will allow them to pass the necessary amendments while everyone's guard is down. It looks as though the Barons will soon have the opportunity they need to put forth the military reforms. But things could change. You bring the relevations, which the Barons wholeheartedly deny to the council. All right, Barons, this is a what do we do about the Barons vote. A, do we accuse the Barons of treason? It's treason, then. B, stall the military reforms with a host of legal quibbles. Or C, do we allow the reforms to pass unhindered? What do we do here? An interesting delay vote. Let's go ahead. Of course it's treason. Council will be happy with that. Nay, actually there. It's treason, man. Sort of split. We see most on A at the moment. Accusing them of treason will lower stability, will raise authority, will raise defiance, though. That's the Baron's defiance goes up with A. Very close. A few people going C. It will be A. Accuse them of treason. Risky game. The council chamber erupts with shouts and insults. Accusations, formal and informal, circulate throughout the kingdom, shocking everyone. Defiance will go up. Stability will go down. Authority will go up. Like, Barons there, yeah, I can see the play on B on that. Stability is still at 5, but we have 2 events still to go. It can still have a chance to go down. That raised up authority, though. Peasants in the march and beyond protest the reforms. Derisive cartoons are posted on tavern notice boards, while priests warn about trusting the self-serving Barons and their wicked ways. You can only hope it will be enough to delay the reforms. There is a Saulish assassin. One bright morning, you're taking a stroll in the palace garden, arm in arm with your beloved husband. A perfect day. And with the help of the Finfolk villagers, we can build underwater roads which open up trade routes between... Glorb is interrupted when a black-clad figure wielding a crossbow, that's a knife, pops out of a mulberry bush and takes careful aim at his heart. Time freezes. We want to do the no. I also want to dive. The honor guard is the Counts. It's the honor guard. I'm like, who won? It was a battle royale and the Counts won. I've done no, I've done dive. I want to see watch out. What's watch out gonna do? I just want to see watch out. No! Go with the Darth roleplay, the no! Alright, since I'm Darth, we'll do the no. No! Time seems to slow down. One of your Eastern Knights rushes forward and dives in front of your husband. The bolt strikes her in the stomach, sending her crashing to the floor. The rest of your honor guard rush forward and chop the would-be assassin to pieces. Phew, alright. Counts. Am I in your debt now? Your honor guard saved the beloved Glorb. By the depths, my life flashed before my eyes. Your Majesty, are you all right? How's the king consorts? One of my honor guard is badly hurt, Spymaster. A physician is on their way. While we wait, let me examine the assassin's body. See the squid tattoo on the side of her face? It's the mark of the blue octopus, an assassin's guild from Saul. It seems Archduke Shomo is still annoyed that you stole his husband. Evidently, the Archduke has decided if he can't have me, no one can. I understand, alright? I must say, I sympathize. If he had married Glorb instead of me, I'd be sending assassins after him. Assassin Dermal Merbles for lunch. Yes. Whew. Moon, I think so. But... alright, what do we do? A. Hire a counter-assassin to kill the Archduke. B. Call on the Finfolk to attack Saulish ships. Or B. Do we just beef up palace security? Marley, we know what to do. We know what to do. All on C. This is a hard decision here, right? What do we do? What do we do? Counter-assassin time. A is tempting. C is tempting too. Here, what do we do? Vengeance? Counter-assassin? It's winning the day. Counts, where are you? Whew. Beefing up council security? Assassins? Calling Finfolk to attack the ships? A helps out Pats. C would have sabotaged the barons. Your Majesty, I have sought all of the services of a child of the Viper. They are far more effective than the blue octopus amateurs from the Isle of Sol. Rest assured, Your Majesty, 2 weeks from today, the Archduke will be dead. And that costs more money to hire this assassin than it does to hire an assassin to kill the king. I'll point that out. I guess travel expenses. He's got to go all the way to Saul, maybe. But, come on. I still feel bad. The assassin is as good as her word. In a fortnight, Archduke Shomo is found unresponsive in his bed, having apparently died of a heart attack. There's no sign of a struggle. Oh, well, why did we even hire the assassin? He died of a heart attack. We could have just waited. Damn it. No one officially accuses you, but rumors swirl. The nobles mutter their complaints much more quietly now. I know. It would have been the sea travel, right? To get an assassin all the way over there, I guess. But, yeah, did you guys, careful. Don't send assassins after my lord, please. Can you imagine if it was an actual heart attack? Oh, I'd feel ripped off, you know. Defiance goes down for everybody. More importantly, no one messes with your husband. Nothing is a sign except a good moida. Alright, yeah. Don't mess with Glorb. Lesson for the day. Educational stream, I told you. A city in flames. Gooberfish. My liege, there's been a terrible fire in the city of Zerbamar. Where once there were buildings, there's now a field of smoldering ash. Dozens of common folk have died. What caused the fire? I gotta ask the questions. A warehouse was storing lamp oil unsafely, and in immense quantities. The owners were in the middle of haggling over prices. When one of the merchants lit his pipe. Idiots. Idiots. Absolute idiots. I was hoping the council might unlock some funds from the treasury so we can rebuild. Funds from the treasury? We just spent it all on assassins. And in fact, yes, we can't afford funds. A and B, treasury is too low. So we either C, offer no help, or D, introduce warehouse regulations so that this may never happen again. Sometimes you gotta watch it all burn. We will not veto D. We will go ahead. What do we do? No help or warehouse regulations? I can't rebuild. I just spent all my money on an assassin. You know how it goes, barons. There's no money. It cost as much for the assassin as it would have for A. Close. Looks like we are offering you no help. Too busy spending money getting revenge. Understandable. Have a nice day. Thank you. You send word to the barons of Zerbamar that they will be expected to rebuild their own city without the king's help. Barons lose money. Their defiance goes up. Their trade goes down. Probably most importantly, the stability of the kingdom goes down. Hell's bells! What's the point of having a king in the first place? So what a twist of a season. End. The Barons, military reforms. In the Grand Hall of Baroness Crystal's castle, a number of figures are hunched around the hearth, plotting away. Has the council agreed to hear our military reform proposals yet? No, not yet. The kingdom is too distracted with foolish business. If we can help calm things for a moment, we'll get our chance. Glorb matters. That's true. Some people might be hoping a king victory in order to have some Glorb babies reign. The Baron's aim, raise stability to at least 5. We check in with the Count's an insidious plot. In the darkest depths of the Eastern Forest, Count Sir Slippity Slap has gathered his fellow plotters around a mossy stone obelisk. The council demanded a shake-up, but the king resists all calls to replace his advisors. A great shame. There's little we can do while the king's position is so powerful. The count's aim is to lower authority to 4 or less. You could be the count's barons. We can't seem to lower authority at all. But the patricians. Sitting on a bench outside a sun-bleached villa, 2 patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. To what do I owe this pleasure, Madam Treasurer? Oh, give it a rest, you know why I'm here. Let's just hurry this thing up, shall we? Where do I sign? Here, and here, and here. There you go, you got what you wanted. Now give me the money. Of course, goodbye, Madam Treasurer. Do my eyes deceive me? Was that the royal treasurer you were speaking with? Indeed, my friend, good news! With the king's gold running out, the treasurer was willing to sell off the kingdom's roads and bridges. Soon this kingdom will be ours. But what will we do when we own everything? Alright. Patricians. How do you win the game today? Will you A, turn the king into a proud corporate mascot? Or B, mercilessly extract wealth from the kingdom until it collapses? A will involve raising stability up. B will involve lowering authority. A, raising stability, I think you'll have to get it to 6. So it'll put you aligned with the barons, but the barons have that one little window. Lowering authority, I think it'll set it at 5 probably, which will block counts. Essentially B. Looks like we're going A corporate mascot. You'll soon have the king dancing to our tune. We just need to make sure the kingdom's in a nice, comfortable rut. For the final stage of their scheme, patricians raise stability to at least 6. Alright. Tax season. 3 ways a monarch may tax the nobles. Cruel taxing you will raise your defiance, raise the treasury by 400, and take 400 wealth from everyone in that nation. Common tax is a 100 treasury to wealth, no defiance swing. The bribing will lower defiance, lower the treasury by 700, add 700 wealth to everyone in the nation. I went bad. B would have been a little cruel to the counts there. Would have pretty much taken them out of it. Because counts could have tried to rebel, but then rebelling would have lowered authority even more. So, tax the rich. Counts got the bonus. Hey, counts, there's a bonus. You sold a cursed idol to gullible Danian merchants. Marley, though, the only count on our leaderboard, it is occupied mostly by patricians. We see some barons popping up, though, too. Common all around. What we'll stick with. There is the... Everywhere we see something. Let's go, the crab market. Bad news, your majesty. A new reef has been discovered, which is overflowing with millions of jeweled crabs. Crab prices are crashing catastrophically. How could this be? No one could have predicted this. The entire kingdom will suffer financially, Your Majesty, with the exception of a few patricians. One patrician in particular. Curiously, Lord Patrician Veracor, the very same Pat who began the crab craze, recently sold all of his crabs at a huge profit days before the crash. So every single one of the nobles lost money. Except for our richest noble currently now, Lord Patrician Veracor, who gained 1,500 curiously. Alright, something must be done. You summon your council to discuss the crab price crisis. Many assembled nobles have invested heavily in the market. They're casting furious glances at the Pat's bench. We cannot afford A. The treasury is too low. Do we B? Let the coast themselves suffer the full consequences of this crisis? Do we C? Arrest Lord Patrician Veracor and confiscate his ill-gotten gold? I will... As a buffer here, stability is going to go down no matter what here, but I will call for unity then, to sort of balance that out. I don't want stability to get too low, and this gives you guys a little bit of a break here. The entire coast is responsible? Or is it Veracor's fault? Can we make him herbal burbles and eat them for lunch? We can try. Whose fault is it? The entire coast? Or do we blame Veracor? Apologies, Veracor, then. But we're sending the crab unit after you. Your soldiers storm Lord Patrician Veracor's opulent mansion, arresting him and confiscating his ill-gotten crab gold. The trial will be held as soon as possible. Stability goes up for the unity, goes down then again. Trade goes down 2 for the coast. Defiance goes up 2 for the coast. Treasury gets money. Veracor loses his ill-gotten gold. Outraged patricians protest that your actions are illegal and make a mockery of them. Don't they know that you're the king? The deceased. The elderly Baroness Frederica, cousin many times removed of Baron Resident Lazy, died in her sleep last week. She was nearly 90, would you believe? Holy, 90 years old is impressive in our time, let alone in 949. That's a better end than most of us will get. Indeed, your majesty, she stayed at home in the march most of the time, enjoying herself. But she could have spent more time on her accounts. She died without a will. The nobles are scrambling for her estate. Baroness Frederica was my relative, says Lazy. I wrote to her at least once a year. Hold on a second. Doing something here. I don't have this. Not yet, but this is for later. Baroness Frederica, yes, of course the estate should be mine. My late great-grandfather used to play backgammon with her, says Maidenless. He swore she intended to leave it to our family. By my honor, that's a pitiful claim. Right. Do we A, give the estate to Baron Resident Lazy? B, give the estate to Lord Patrician Maidenless? C, redistribute the estate amongst the marcher peasants? Or D, claim the estate for the treasury? Lazy has 1,500 gold. Maidenless has 1,700 gold. To tell you how much they both have. Who gets the money? Wealthy dowerist dies. We're fighting over the estate. A, give it to the Baron Lazy. B, give it to the Patrician Maidenless. C, give it to the peasants. Or D, claim it for the treasury. Maidenless spent some, I know, all that time Maidenless put in. Who was there for you? Writing letters? You couldn't even visit your relative, Lazy? That is lazy. That is lazy. So I can't blame you. Looks like maidenless you may be, but richer you shall be. Baron Resident Lazy shakes his head, muttering with his friends about favoritism in the council. But Lord Patrician Maidenless and the other Pats are delighted. They even send you and the treasure a gift basket as a token for their appreciation. So Maidenless gains 1,500 wealth. That now makes you the richest noble after we confiscated the crab cult. Treasury will go up just a little bit. Defiance goes down for the Pats. You trust the situation is resolved. Resolved! No more, no more. Situation done. Event over. We won't hear about it. In the east, a spot of heresy. Your Highness, I'm stunned, outraged, and incensed. I've been summoned to trial by the Inquisition on some nonsense fabricated charge. They're claiming I'm part of a cult because of my peculiar design on my crest. It's just a tree. How do I have exactly 10 people at every meal? The strange noises from hidden chambers, ridiculous. Excuse me. No one dares defend me on their own. They're too scared of the High Inquisitor. The trial is set, but the council must intervene, Your Highness. Though she remains silent, the council is keenly aware of the High Inquisitor's steely gaze from across the chamber. I know, we threw the original Ranger in jail a little bit earlier. Do we A, search for a witness to defend Count Ranger II? B, do we help the Inquisition gather evidence against Ranger? Or C, do we suggest he prays for a good outcome? Alright, stability roll is A, faith roll B, random 50% chance on C. What do we do? Doesn't look good. Any of these rolls. The stability roll, if we fail any of these, stability could go down. If we succeed, maybe they'll go up. We will search for a witness to defend you, Count. Maybe you won't be thrown in jail like your father. Maybe. Maybe. You distribute a proclamation among the counts asking for witnesses of Ranger's innocence. But from fear of church reprisal or distrust of the crown, no one comes forward. Stability goes down 2. During the trial, Ranger crumbles and can barely argue with his own for his own innocence. Unsmiling, the High Inquisitor orders him taken away and thrown in the Inquisitor's special dungeon. Is this a good ending? You have to prove. I think so, Matic. That's what happened. That's what happens around here. Special High Inquisitor dungeon. Defiance will go up for the counts. And all right. Ranger the Second has been imprisoned. Ranger the Third, though, fear not. If your character dies in this game, if you're new, you never stop playing. Ranger the Third, welcome to the council. Wow, so much for the family. Yeah, you're not doing too well, are you? Good to have you here. But it appears your lineage isn't doing too well in the Vader dynasty. We stick with the Unity. I think we gotta use Unity a little bit more. 2 stability isn't good. We might get an event to raise it up. I know, special dungeon, maybe you're being rewarded. There is always a need for horses. Of courses. Taylor. My liege, I've been thinking. Marcher soldiers are without peer, but our armies could always be stronger. What we really need are better horses. The best don't come cheap. The Ashmedians have a surplus of destriers at the moment, horses bred for war. Perhaps the crown could go halvesies with the barons to acquire some. The good of the kingdom, of course. Alright. Horses. Barons love their horses. What do? A. We purchase the horses from Ashmead. B. We encourage the barons to breed their own destriers in the march. Or C. We discourage the barons' reliance on war horses altogether. Gonna gamble for B? Do we believe, barons?
It works every time.
B hitting is good. Halvesies. Certain's worth. I always have to say halvesies there. Alright. Let's go ahead. Go ahead here. Do we purchase the horses for the barons? We make them breed them themselves? Or do we say nay? We lost the 40, so the 60% is guaranteed. That's how odds work. Let no one tell you otherwise. Gambler's fallacy. If you have a gambling problem, you're probably here. Don't gamble. It's only a problem if you're losing. Barons, get up in there. The barons get to learning everything they can about horse husbandry and the best breeding techniques. Hopefully, they'll see positive results by the next foaling season. Success! Success! But we won't see that success yet. We must wait. Puffer Fish Slayer, welcome on in. How are you doing here today, Puffer? Thank you for joining us. You are joining the counts for the game here. Hope all is well on your side of the kingdom. Horsecock? Somebody's got to learn about them, alright? Anybody volunteering? Please. An irksome legend. An irksome legend. Legacy. Your Majesty, about the treasures of the late Baroness Frederica. I heard there was a necklace of rubies amongst them. They're dyeing your hair pink right now? Ooh, cool. Where is the necklace now? This is of utmost importance. I want to say more. Jelly, that's something I don't think I want to talk about too much on stream. Necklace. I assume Maidenless has it. She got all the money. He'll have no idea of the danger by the 9th. A frail monk in the 7th century wrote of a ruby necklace that drove those around it to sin. I believe the late Baroness Frederica had it in her collection. After all this time, it may have surfaced. She sounded like a sweet old lady to me. Lord Patrician Maidenless mentioned his relative playing backgammon with her, did he not? So, we can't even play backgammon without being just accused of something by the Inquisitor? Gambling is a sin. Everyone knows that. The necklace should be destroyed. It could be tested, but the holy regions will be expensive. You call the council to discuss the situation. Lord Patrician Maidens looks exceedingly anxious. I'm sure there's no reason to seize the necklace, Your Highness. Surely the Inquisitor is mistaken. Do we A? Hand it over to the Inquisition. B. Ignore the High Inquisitor's concerns. Or C. Have the necklace tested for unholy influences. I know, they didn't have to be gambling on backgammon. There are people that gamble on backgammon, Mortar Moon. There are. Alright, Ranger. Thank you for being here, Ranger. Hope you have a lovely day here. I think I'll call for Unity here. Yes. Whatever we decide to do here, we must be united in that stance. Because it doesn't look like the rolls are very good. Do we test the necklace? Was it strict backgammon? Also not a problem. I don't know. Never done it. I know how to play backgammon. I've never played it competitively. I'm not good at backgammon. But I know how to play. It's a fun game if you've never played it. We will have the necklace tested for unholy influences. Lord Patrician Maidenless reluctantly brings the necklace to the capital. The High Inquisitor takes it away in a leaden box. The call for duty hit. Ability goes up. Costs 500 gold for the test, apparently. She returns after a few days with an implacable expression. The necklace has been cleansed. I believe the monk must have been referring to some other ruby. Once the necklace is put back in its rightful place, everyone is most relieved. Most peasants and nobles alike spend more time attending church services, just in case. Faith goes up across the kingdom. About my heir. Your marriage to Glorb has leaped from strength to strength over the past few months. Truly, you have found your soulmate. Every day, you count your blessings. There's one blessing. That's what we have. He's right there. It's high time you thought about an heir. We have Pufferfish. Praise the ninth. We have married Glorb. We did marry Glorb. And some people I think are trying for a monarch victory so that maybe Glorb babies will occur. Well, you're finally married. I'm very happy, Mother, thank you. Your happiness isn't as important as fulfilling your duty to the kingdom. But I'm glad you found a way to have both. You've done well so far, but something's still missing: an heir. You need someone young whose loyalty is assured. A child of your own would do the trick, even if they're a bastard, or the youngest of your many cousins. No roll. My husband and I will have a child together. Somehow. Somehow. Not only are we both males, but we are not the same species. Not sure how it's gonna work, but it's gonna work, damn it. We will figure it out. The traditional method. No one will object to that. Magic. I know, he can raise islands from the depths. I don't know about Finfolk physiology. We can happen. This will happen. I'll arrange for you to take a month off from ruling so you can, get down to business. I know, like a clownfish. I have heard that fact before, indeed, Matic. They could be asexual. I don't think Darth's having the babies themselves. I think is Glorb gonna lay eggs? Is that what the Finfolk do? Do we need more? The devs occasionally drop lore dumps on us. Do we need to specifically request to learn more about Finfolk mating rituals? Stuck on their second steam currently are the Barons and the Counts. Barons need the stability to be exactly 5. If it gets to 6, the Patricians will win. Counts need authority in the kingdom to go down. Life finds a way. There is a wandering bard. Your Majesty, a traveling bard. She says she has come to propose a song for you. Not just any bard, Your Highness. Best in all the land. Sally Six Fingers, they call me. Please give us fish sex info. Words of a madman. Madman. A song, you say, Sally, about me? Why, of course. In fact, I have the tune and verse all but ready. I have saved my best work for you, my king. All it requires is subject. What should I tell the masses of you? What would you like to inspire? And this, we'll go with the stability one here. I will teach them to love me. I will do so, Your Highness, absolutely. Give me but a few weeks. Everyone within the Crownlands will know of your benevolence. Yeah, if you saw the other event, there's a stone maiden out. Pray, I only need a small payment of 500 gold to the time. A discounted rate for one as esteemed as yourself. Do we really go for it? I think I want to go the 50-50. Doubt the Bard. We do not doubt Sally. I think I go the 50-50, give her what she asked for, take the money. The Bard nods enthusiastically and heads out to do your bidding. Unfortunately, Sally is a better salesperson than a songwriter. She composes the song, yes, but it fails to capture the hearts of your people. You have her perform it for you, but it's abysmal. Nothing rhymes, no rhythm. She doesn't even pronounce your name correctly. Darth? How would you pronounce Darth incorrectly? All I can see is Darth when I look at it. Darta? Darta? You call me Darta? I guess. The salesman with the loot. John C. Hello there. Let us John C. here. Buzz. How are you doing, Lucy? You type to John if you wanted to join. Bart. Join. There you go. There you go, Lucy. How are you doing here? That might have improved. I didn't want to favor you guys too much, so I went with a 50-50 there. Lucy, welcome on in. How are you doing? You have 1,000 gold in your coffers. You are a countess for the game here today. Exclamation point, John. Dearth? I guess you could have said, like, Dearth. Have her pickled? I don't want a pickled Sally. Sally's a cutie. Stone Maiden. Lucy comes to me. You have a gift, Lucy, right away. Behold, your majesty. Countess Luciander pulls back a tarpaulin to reveal a granite statue of Count Pufferfish Slayer. The statue is impeccably detailed. Its expression a frozen grimace. Dropped a puppy in her neighborhood and followed. I hope it's okay. Dropped a puppy? What do you mean dropped a puppy? Followed your cat home? Aw. I love puppies and cats. Is it a playful puppy? Sending the arm. Aww. Well, Lucy. I hope you can find. If you guys aren't taking care of it, I hope it can find a home then. That's sad. Hope it's alright. Poor puppy. Countess Luciander pulls back. Alright. A sad sight, is it not? Says Lucy. This isn't a statue, is it? Astutely observed, your highness. This is all that remains of my fellow count. Aw, he's not chipped. Aw. Somebody... Lucy? I hope you can find... It loves your daughter. Have you just gotten a puppy? If you can't take care of it, Lucy, a dog is a big responsibility. Especially an unexpected dog. They're awesome dogs. Aw, you're not sure. Aw. Lucy, though, if you can't take care of it, if it's too much, don't feel any pressure, but dogs are great, and be careful. Hopefully you can find somebody to take care of it, if it's not you guys. Astutely observed, alright. It seems the Stone Maiden is abroad in the east. Who is that? Who's the Stone Maiden? What is this story, if in case you don't know? She's a walking statue with burning yellow eyes. All who meet her gaze are turned to stone. She sleeps for years at a time before waking and terrorizing the kingdom. She must have ambushed Count Pufferfish Slayer on his latest walk in the cemetery. Please, your highness, you must do something. So yes, alright. Grandees, is it the Grandees curse today? Pufferflish has been turned to stone. But Pufferflish the second joining the council. What do we do about this stone maiden? A, do we hire a wizard to take care of this? B, send an army to smash this thing to rubble? C, tell everyone in the east just hide? Or D, do we consult the fairy tales for a solution? Oh, good in the Count's lands. Do we get stoned in retaliation? Sounds like a great idea, man. Stone Maiden all over us. 30%, 70%, 55% rolls. 2,000 treasury for the wizard. It's a military roll on B, an authority roll on C, and a regular 55% chance always is D. We're going for the high roll. 70% looks like. Everybody just hide. Alright. Order proclamation from King Darth. Stay indoors. Close your windows and door. Close your windows. That's not a solution. That's pure cowardice. So, counts aren't happy. That is our what we tell them to do. It may be cowardly, but it works, damn it. The Stone Maiden wanders around the east aimlessly, finding nothing but barred doors and shuttered windows. At long last, she retreats to her lair deep underground, falls asleep once more. The weeks of stillness have devastated the eastern economy. A lot of counts got very into baking sourdough. Trade goes down too. Right? It could have been worse. The crab trial. After months of delay, Lord Patrician Veracor is finally due to stand trial for his crab-related market manipulation. You stand accused of perpetrating fraud and tricking hundreds into buying expensive crabs. How do you plead? I am guilty only of making money, so I broke a few laws along the way. Is that a crime? Yes, obviously. I pronounce you guilty as charged. Your fate will be decided by the king. All right. Do we pardon the offender? Imprison the guilty party? Or hang the scoundrel? Well, counts don't like B or C. Pats and Barons don't like C here. Would Darth show mercy? No, Darth would definitely just kill you. There wouldn't have been a trial. Would have choked you out in the council chambers. But we are not particularly role-playing as Darth Vader, everybody. Can't see the stat. Oh, sorry. Is the B in the way? My bad. Apologies. We're not particularly playing as Darth Vader, everybody. That's just my name. I will roll here. Is what I will decide upon. 1 and 2. 1, 2. Roll a 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it is a 6. Darth was not showing mercy. Hang the scoundrel. The next morning, you stand at your balcony and watch as Lord Patrician Veracor is led to the gallows. Pat's defiance goes up 2. Authority will go up 2. Stability goes down 1. You're the fools who bought the bloody things! They were just crabs! Crabs! All I did was me to demand a curse on you all a cat! His words are cut off as the noose tightens. Right. Whew. Veracor has died. But fear not, if you're new at the game, you never stop playing. Veracor the Second will take your place. And almost as importantly, you still have all your money. We didn't take the rest of your money, thankfully. End of season. Whew. Well, alright. It is auction time! Exclamation point fund. Space your choice. Space how much you wish to bid is how an auction works. Yet. Richest nobles are all pictured on the right here. Our richest noble currently is Maidenless. Got to 3,200. We also see many Pats then occupying the leaderboard. Everybody's money matters. Group funding very much helps Veracor. Thank you for kissing the ring. I appreciate your fealty to your lord. It is debated which wing to wear today, because I wear the wing of the previous day's winner. The Chiefs and Counts won yesterday. I'm wearing a Chiefs blue ring today. Whoever wins the best, whoever wins the most today, I'll wear their ring tomorrow. And, hi, Mom. Hi to all the mothers out there. My own mother, she sometimes is watching. Her Twitch account is Delilah W. I have no idea what she's doing at the moment. Last I saw her hours ago, waiting for the bus. But hi, Mom. Hi to all the mothers. There are a few mothers in chat. Mothers are great. The auction here. A, the library. Raises stability. B, the prison. Lowers stability. C, the aqueduct will raise farming for the counts. D, the theater will lower authority for the kingdom. E, the fortress will raise military for the Pats. And F, the stadium will lower military for the Pats. Alright, Barons and Pats want high stability. A will help them. B is anti them. Counts want low authority, though it's at 10, they need it at 4. D would what you need to get to sort of start grinding back. We have Pats, military up or down. Starting the auction, only the top 2 buildings get made. Get in your funding snipes the last 10 seconds, I recommend. F, 1 single gold piece to fund a stadium. A bargain price. It'd probably fall apart. We see A, though, getting 200, raising up stability. Patricians needs, Barons need stability at 5. Patricians need it at 6 or more. We are 30 seconds halfway in. Still A and F. A getting more than. Protection from snipes, 1,210. There's, 301 in F. And that will sabotage the Patricians' military, currently at 6. 15 seconds left. I see A getting a little bit more. A, plenty of people getting in A. Is there going to be snipes? Less than 10 seconds. A and F still currently 1710. 1,000 now for E. E jumps ahead. F, though. D and A. D comes in at the end. Counts trying to get their bargain. And they do. Slippity slap. Biggest contributor to D. Barons. Or Dr. Joe, biggest contributor to A. There is a fateful tree. Slippity. Your Highness, grim tidings from the new theater. Let me guess, collapsed already? Blood and stars, I hope not. The theater sits next to a grove of trees. There's one especially rare one, the Greater Arrow Tree. It was planted by Queen Alma the Wise herself, stands over 200 feet tall. Great to see you two. So slippery. Hello there. That, 200 feet, that's a very tall tree. It is indeed, Your Highness. That's part of the problem. Tragically, all the visitors to our newly built theater are disturbing the soil, and the greater arrow tree is dying. Okay. A. Do we pay Count Slippity Slap to build strong fence around the tree? B. The tree has survived this long, leave it alone. Or C. Designate the tree as a protected site in an official proclamation. Not our theater. Alright. Trees are important. Have we ever let it die? No. I've seen it. I don't think on our stream I haven't. I have seen it. I don't think we've done it personally in a holy stream. But I know I've seen it. We need the tree. Does the tree help? Do we need the trees? Who is our Lorax and can speak for them? Is that you, Slippity? Are we paying you to build a fence? Super strong fence. The hardest wood you can find. I want hard wood. Okay. Eastern Carpenters. Ayo, set to work. Fencing off the Greater Arrow Tree and its companions. The theater still sees plenty of people coming and going, admiring the immense tree as they go, but its ancient soil remains undisturbed and its bark uncarved. Good. Get that from Glorb, not from us. Eating a very late dinner. I hope you're enjoying your dinner, Marley. To midnight of late. That is a very late dinner, yes. Marley, right now, to recap sort of what's going on, barons and patricians both want stability up. Counts want authority down. Some people want the king to succeed and produce Glorb babies. We're getting to those very shortly. Becomes a symbol not only of the reign of Queen Alma the Wise, but your wisdom in protecting your kingdom's natural beauty. And, we have a comet sighting in the march. Jelly. A blood-red comet was spotted in the night sky over the march, my liege. Common folk are claiming it is a terrible omen. The common folk are on the verge of panic. Is there anything I can do? Tell the church to dispel such baseless superstitions. I'll tell them there's nothing to worry about personally. Or no, it's just peasants being peasants. We'll go, do I roll here? Because otherwise I think I go A. A is like the most neutral of them. The 55% chance. Do I roll? Do I roll? Roll, I can get the automatic C. We'll go. I want A. A is the best neutral-ish. The priests of the march preach that a comet is actually a good omen due to a new interpretation of an obscure cluster of stars. Faith will go up 1 for the march. Stability goes up 1 for the kingdom. Fortunately, the church is trusted enough of the march that the peasants believe their pastures. The comet is celebrated as a sign of the ninth god's favor. Workers on strike. Mastodon. Your Majesty, I need help with my common folk. The march is prosperous and living conditions are improving, but they still want more. They've gone on strike, demanding better pay and fewer hours. Many have thrown down their tools and started squatting on my property. We should deliberate with the council then. Cheers, Your Highness. Do we A. Send in the marcher troops? B. Issue a royal proclamation ordering the strikers to stand down? C. Compensate the workers with funds from the treasury? Or do we D. Give them what they want? Strikers, do we give in to the unions? Counts go which? D is guaranteed raising up stability. Hard to say counts exactly what you should do here. It doesn't. It lowers authority, but its stability is at 6. That is the Pat's goal. Thus, the Pat's wanting you to give in. That seems not very Pat-like, giving into a union. What do you have at play here, patricians? Giving in to strikers? Methinks they're tricking us. But we will go with it. Bah! That is outrageous! Next time we'll be asking them to vote or something! Defiance goes up for the barons. Sweeping reforms are soon enacted. Despite Baron Mastodon's repeated protests, the commoners' lives are improved, leading to a happier workforce and greater profits. Defiance will go, authority will go down 2, stability will go up 2. Monopoly, trade will go up 1 for the barons. End of season, we check in with the barons. After several rounds of deliberation, the council approves wide-ranging reforms to the kingdom's standing army. The Barons of the March are set to be the major contributor to this new model army, having volunteered their expertise and manpower in these trying times. The Barons' newfound position of authority brings riches to the March. Merchants seeking to sell arms, mercenaries seeking employment, even young peasants looking to defend their kingdom. Trade cannot do any higher. If you want the Pat costume, of course. Meanwhile, in a foreboding Marcher fortress, the barons are celebrating. Ha! Can hardly believe they went for it, says Apple. This is all well and good, but we have not won yet. We must prepare our final preparations. Barons? How would you win the game? A. March on the capital with the full strength of the new model army. Or B. Quietly force the king to abdicate. It is you. It was you. A involves raising your own military. B involves lowering authority. May not matter, but hey. But hey, let's vote it anyway. Grand, it's settled then. With our new model army in control of the kingdom's military, we need only knock the king down a few more notches to force abdication. For the final stage, barons would need to lower authority to 5 or less. We come to a tax season. 3 ways a monarch may tax the nobles. Cruel taxing you will raise your defiance. Raise up the treasury by 400. Take 400 wealth from everyone in that color. Common tax, no defiance swing, 100 treasury to wealth. Bribing you lowers defiance. Lowers the treasury by 700. Adds 700 wealth to everyone in the color. Cruel for the Pats because they're winning. Maybe. The barons themselves got the bonus. They invested wisely in the fur trade. They make 500 wealth. The other nobles only gained 200. Maddox, thank you for being here. Hope you have a good rest of your day then. Appreciate you for playing. Since they're about to win, almost, I want to tax the Pats here. But I won't. We'll keep with common all around. We'll confirm it. On the verge of rebellion would be the counts and the patricians. But first, let us answer to our corporate overlords. Always. If a commercial hits right now, Twitch, you have such great timing. It happens gradually. Like a frog slowly boiled. Ew. At first it's paying a few patricians tolls here and there. To cross a road, to sail down a river. But as their cash reserves grow, so do their acquisitions. The trouble really starts when they ban anyone from trading on their roads. Soon enough, they practically own everything. The Pats trade is 10. How did that happen? What the hell? Here's a copy of tomorrow's speech, Your Supreme Majesty. Don't forget to read the part at the end. This speech proudly presented by Coast Breck, creamiest cereal in the kingdom. Must I? And after you've mentioned the sponsorship, don't forget to add that you can't get enough of that creamy coastal crunch. It's very important. Can't get enough of that coastal creamy crunch. It's terrible. No, 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 you're getting it all wrong. It's creamy coastal crunch. If you can't get the hang of it, we'll delay the speech and book you for a week of rehearsals. Oh, and one more thing. We're canceling council meetings from now on. What? You can't do that! The council's completely redundant. All the decisions need approval from the Board of Investors anyway. Might as well let the board make the decisions from now on. What? Board of Investors? When did we get a Board of Investors? People who bought a stake in the kingdom, obviously. Don't you know? They've been running things for a while now. Don't worry, your job's not under threat. Your palace attracts a lot of tourism. But the council's got to go. Let me guess. Board's mostly patricians, right? Yes, it is. You're right. We need to diversify. Maybe we let a count or two. Couldn't hurt. They'd just be outvoted anyway. You'd run council decisions past another group without telling me? The board took a vote. We all decided it was the right thing to do. The other regions must have a say. The counts did try to besiege the capital, but the East is pretty much bankrupt since all the industry started moving to the coast. When the soldiers arrived, we simply hired them. Right now, they're still working the salt mines to pay off the debts they're built while marching on our roads. Is there anyone fighting you? No, not really. We are what's the phrase? Too big to fail. Anyways, I must stop yapping. I've got a board meeting. I'll leave you to practice your speech. Once Lord Patrician Ephra has departed, you take a longing look out the window. The capital's skyline has been devoured by smoke from the new factories. With a sigh, you begin practicing your speech. Can't get enough of that creamy crunch. Maidenless. Feels sort of hollow now. GG's to everybody. But especially to the patricians. I'll put it on a little bit. I'll put it on for now, but I'll put it on when I get back to that. That coastal crunch! Gotta hit the crunch! Pats, good game. Did good there. You would that one season where the Barons looked like they were in advance, but then you guys sort of flip-flopped. That's what did it. For the rest of King Darth's reign, he was a powerless mascot for the Pats Cereal Company. He eventually met his end by drowning in a vat of milk during a promotional stunt. I need to practice. I'll practice. I'll make commercial for that when? The Barons' revolutionary plans for their new model army was quietly shelved, but not forgotten. Those blueprints will surely come in useful someday. Yeah, vat of milk. The vat of milk ending is kind of morbid, right? The Count's attempt to replace the King's advisors never panned out. One night, Count Slippity Slap awoke to find a smiling spy master holding a knife to his throat, kindly asking him to desist. The patricians owned everything. Corporations ruled, the kingdom was blanketed in mills, factories, and mines. But when the old mascot king died, Queen Narella was crowned. The other nobles emerged from the shadows, sniffing a chance to claw back to power. King Darth, the fish lover, What more can be said about Darth's reign? Lord of the Coast, my husband. Richest noble will be maidenless. Stats will carry over from kingdom to kingdom. We're playing one more game with this dynasty, and we'll do that momentarily here. Let me walk the dogs, walk myself here. Allowed to win anything. I know. Something like that, I think, Morgramoon. We will continue the game then. And allow me a few minutes here. I will return. I have my BRB. BRB is ready there. But thank you guys for playing here today. One more game with this dynasty. Stay tuned then. I'll be back in a few minutes. Phone was plugged in. The wall there. One more game. Fucking on. All right. Thank you all for sticking around then. First game. If you missed it, win to the patricians. Turning Darth Vader into their mascot, though, I think that's an ingenious idea. I would buy whatever Darth was endorsing. All right? Just seems like he'd be a great draw for them. Even teams coming on in. Let's start it off. No, oops. Put my crown over reach. Knocking everything, sorry. I have marks for my chair on the floor, where I'm supposed to have it. My camera. There, right there. That's where the camera is. Or where the crown. Where the crown. And then here. Crowning our king, maidenless. Didn't want to wear it walking the dog. And, not all of the endings, but, you do notice, yes, we have a Dynasty event. A few of the endings of this game, the consequences will carry over to the next one. Taking back control. We'll get right into that. Marshal, Your Majesty, King Darth was the patrician's dancing little puppet. You don't plan on following in his footsteps, do you? Nobody tells me what to do. I'd rather not drown in milk, but I'm a patrician. Not anymore. You're a queen. Now listen closely. The patricians own the roads. They own the bridges. They're charging my soldiers to march. They have too much power. We need to take back what's ours. What's yours? Right. Do we A, seize the kingdom back by force? B, do we change the law to make monopolies illegal? Or do we C, buy back everything at an inflated price? Right. What do we do? What do we do? Huh? Huh? Hard to say. Hard to say before we see any goals or anything yet what to do here. Pats might like C. They get money from C personally there. But making Monopoly illegal? It's a great board game. You go through the proper channels, and the council ratifies the new law. No more monopolies. Ownership of the kingdom is fragmented across all nobles, with a tiny portion going back to the crown. So the Pats lose 2 trade. Stability of the kingdom goes up 1. Of course, this means you no longer own as much land as the queen should. Authority goes down. Most pleasing, says Lucienia. Welcome on in. Lucy, welcome on in. I didn't see you coming in. Welcome on in. How are you doing here today? You are accountant. Didn't see you come in. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? It's good to see some balance returning to the kingdom. So trade can't get any higher for the march. We'll go up 1 for the counts. Pats lost money. Barons and counts all gained a little money. How much would it have been? 300 gold. Overall money at the moment, then, looks pretty even. Gamers, welcome on in. All right, good to see you here. Happy Wednesday to you. Thank you for joining us. This is game 2 of the day. Pats won the first game, based upon from this event. Gamers, you are also a count. Welcome on in. Was it 200, 250, 300, something like that? I don't think so, Farley. I don't think they planned like that. That would be something, though. If they could never do Monopoly again in this save file, it'd be big brain thinking. I think people, like 100 years from now, we won't remember that's a law. I'll go my own path to victory now. Your Majesty, the history books do not look kindly upon usurpers, unless, of course, they prove themselves worthy of the throne they have stolen. When you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you? I mean, like, there are laws that exist on your docket right now that you probably don't know about past, 50, 100 years ago. We will roll to determine what my goal for the game will be. I'm trying to remain sort of neutral and undecisive about most of my decisions throughout the game. What did you miss, Sir Slippity Slap? How are you doing here? Patricians won the last game, if you're missing that. We are just starting into the second one now. I'm picking my goal for the game. Patricians made me into a corporate mascot, the Monopoly route. And we will pick a 4. Once again, I will succeed where my successor, King Darth Vader, failed. I, Queen Narella, will be the mother of the nation. Interesting. Are you concerned for the welfare of the commoners? Or are you just hoping for a favorable passage in history books? I suggest over the next few years, you focus on improving the kingdom's overall farming as much as possible. I remember something like that in Morgamoon, yes. They'll talk about rebuilding the wall. And I think they have it named like whatever your original wall name is. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss how your mission is progressing. Good luck, Your Majesty. Like, there's little touches like that, just, you know, over, like, the Hoi dynasty. There's thousands of years of history. Coordination. I'm like, what am I doing? Your Majesty, you may have won the throne from King Darth, but you must still answer to the Council. As is tradition, they will decide what happens to your coronation. Let's just get this over with. Shall we call the nobles in? And then welcome on in, everybody. Thank you for joining us here. This is our first council vote of this, our second game of the day. Exclamation point, vote, space, your choice here. A, B, C, or D. Do we A? Allow the patricians to smooth over any bad feelings with bribes. B, force the commoners to swear a blood oath. C, throw the queen into the river. Or D, the nobles must put on a vast banquet for their queen. D, the banquet. Sounds delicious. Will everyone go for it, though? And no veto or monarch's choice, the first vote here. Last game, we held a religious ceremony. Not even an option here. You need a whale. Whale is D. D will get served whale, yes. But A, it wasn't enough that we made monopolies illegal. We must tell the patricians to bribe you as well. Keen to keep their new queen on the throne, the patricians distribute bribes. Sorry. Gifts to the counts and barons. Meanwhile, the coordination itself is a rather quiet affair. So a little bit of money, what is that, 300 gold goes to the barons and counts, and I think then all the Pats lose 300 gold. Pats are bleeding money to start the second game. Though they would probably love that. End of season. Barons. Felix of the Waper 34 bloodline. A legendary marcher prodigy. Stands before a blazing hearth shouting and swearing. When have the barons of the march backed down from a fight? Never! I know you'll do what it takes to put me, your rightful king, on the damn throne. Swearing. Lucy. What do we do here? Barons, do you go for A, intimidation, B, propaganda, or C, gunpowder? Lucy, back on the counts, 1,100 gold in your coffers. Slippity, you have 600 gold. In case I missed telling you. There it is, gunpowder. Is that what you're waiting for, Waper? Barons, how do you do it? Barons do not have a win yet. It is a tie between A and C, meaning it will be random. C. Gun. Get your guns out. Spend your money on the theater. That's true. The Republic of Kurth has this substance called gunpowder. With enough of that, the barons could take over the kingdom. Waper's coming in blazing. Of course, a sensible queen would never allow one region to hold such a thing. To do so secretly, the barons must ensure that trading partners don't fear the queen's wrath. That works. To advance their scheme, the barons lower authority to 4 or less in 2 seasons. It sits at 4. Quick first stage. Zemul of the Combo Lurker dynasty. A powerful eastern bird breeder. More bird breeding. Leans delicately on a podium. My fellow counts, in ancient times, the East was its own proud kingdom. We can bring back those days of glory, but not while the false Queen Narella bears the crown. Nice. I know. I saw it, and like it looked like fire. You know, the dark skin on the counts, like all like purple. It like really made it pop. That pink sort of orange hair. By Zenya's ashes, another Zamul. There were many Zemuls in the Aquila dynasty. Counts, how do you win the game? Through A, sorcery. B, an uprising. Or C, blood ritual. A little blood. B, says Lucy. No sorcerer. Sorcery scheme we haven't been seeing too much of. It can be hard. But we love blood. The counts plan to summon an ancient famine demon. What? You misvoted? You didn't want B? Well, B didn't pass. C passed, dear gamers. What did you want? More gore. That will devastate all other regions, paving a clear path to the throne. First, they must ensure the East can withstand a famine themselves. To advance their scheme, the counts must be the region with the highest farming in 4 seasons. Ties count, so currently you are tied for the lead at 7. Pats. Clement, of the Maidenless family, eccentric coastal prodigy, scribbles with a well-used quill on a hardwood desk, muttering in frustration. How very cunning of us! Narella now sits the throne, the patricians are in charge. But the other regions will already be scheming to depose her. Do we stay loyal to the new queen, or cut our losses, putting me on the throne instead? Pats? Do you A, remain loyal, B, attempt subterfuge, or C, attempt corruption? A, loyalist means you're attempting to help the queen wins. It means you'll win if I do. B, first stage involves lowering stability, currently sitting at 6. C will involve lowering authority. Sneeze incoming. Lowering authority would ally yourselves for the first stage with the barons. Remaining loyal, though. Pats. Thank you. Pats, can we do it? Thank you, Fate Fred. I can usually feel them coming, so I'll try to warn you and, like, go sneeze over here. Loyalist it is! Pats, we got this. That settles it, then. Long live the Queen! May she bring peace and prosperity to our new kingdom. But we can always change our minds. If Narella ever gets out of line, we can take up arms, get rid of her the old-fashioned way, even if it's a little costly. Patrician's goal is to aid the Queen by countering the other region's schemes as much as they can. They will win the game if the Queen produces an heir and completes her ambition. Thank you for the follow. I like freshly baked bread as well. However, if defiance gets too high, they can always change their minds and rise up in rebellion. Right? Beginning of our second game here today. Baked Bread, are you familiar with King of the Castle? Of course, you can play along if you wish. If you're happy just watching, that is fine as well. Our 3 teams today, the Barons, attempting gunpowder. They want the authority to be low. The Counts have a blood ritual coming. They want their own farming to be the highest. And my ambition, the loyalist victory, if you want to help me win here, Pats, my ambition is farming. So I want the Kingdom's farming to be very high. If you would like to join here, Freshly Baked Bread, you can type !join, followed by your pronouns. So you type example, type he, type join, just like that. You can join on mobile, yes. And I can't type it there. You can indeed join on mobile. But you type !join. I'm trying to join myself. You can type like join he, join she. Yes, alright. So like that. Are you not familiar with this game then, Bread? Welcome on in. You have joined in one of the 3 random teams then when you join the game. So I like fresh bread. You are on the Patricians, the green team. Your goal for the game is aligned with the Monarch. You win the game if I win the game. Now, if you have any questions, let us know. We are very knowledgeable of the game around here. Laws of the land will come next. Let me go ahead. I will choose a gamble. Manipulate my treasury a little bit if I need be. All right. Well, thank you for being on in. If you have any questions, let us know. But it's a lot of fun to play, I assure you here. We will get it out of the way here. There's a new trend. And, Freshly Baked Bread, you're here to see me. You want to sell, you're trying to sell me a crab. And, Slippity Slap, a new friend. Welcome on in. This is King of the Castle. It is a party game, a new party game from Twitch. That is a streamer versus chat game that anybody playing can play along if you type !join. I promise it's lots of fun to watch, but you can all play along. It is the finest crab. Of course you do. It's the latest trend along the coast, Your Majesty. The patricians have started keeping a species of jeweled crab as a fashionable pet. The creatures are so rare that one can now sell for as much as a mansion. And then, lady, welcome on back. Lady, you're returning to the patricians. 1,900 gold in your coffers here. We will not mention them. All right, gamers, that's a great idea. That's what exactly you did to Varicor. I'm not imagining it, all right? You can. Will I remember this time? Never. I never can. All right, in honor of gamers banning that word, who won the last game? The patricians did indeed win the last game, Lady Frost. They commercialized the entire nation, won by Monopoly, made me into their mascot. Since the word is banned, I'm confusing you with a different fellow. I might be. I don't have time for this. Crap. Bzz. Once. I'm allowed to say it 3 times. Honestly, what is this kingdom coming to? Honestly. Bring me bread, not crabs. Actually, I would love crabs and bread. Some butter. A risky wager. Hold on to your masks, hats, and other accessories. Baroness Waper is about to lose a huge sum of money. We've bet our life savings on a boat race around the coast, and I am sure to win the day. Another infamous event, the crustacean event, that's 2, that counts. Crustacean event and boat race immediately. Waper has 2,390 gold. Maidenless has 2,050 gold. Not the biggest boat race we've ever seen, but it still counts. So sure, in fact, that I petitioned the council to officially sponsor my voyage. Maidenless, what makes you so sure you'll win? By the 9th, Your Serene Highness, I'm a patrician. We practically learn to sail before we can walk. He's talking rubbish, Your Majesty. My nice little cog will easily outstrip Maidenless's old boat. If you sponsor anyone, sponsor me. All right. Boat race incoming. A. Do I sponsor Lord Patrician Maidenless? B. Do I sponsor Baroness Waper? C. Sponsor both of the nobles? Or D. Decline to sponsor anyone? I guess the neutral option seems like D here. If I had a golden choice, I might golden choice D for like the neutral. But whom do I sponsor? We'll simply go ahead here. Who should the crown favor? Both the nobles sounds fair. Indeed, yes. Declining to support anybody also sounds neutral and fair. Crystal, supporting her fellow Baroness. There could be a lot at stake. You might not be able to take chances. Neither noble knows what to say. Obviously, they were hoping for special treatment. I don't give special treatment around here. Veracor, yeah, we are in the second game. You should be in now if you didn't join before. Vera, there you are. There you are. Returning. So, Treasury will go down. Waper gets more money. Maidenless gets more money. But you keep your reputation as a monarch who won't take sides. Authority will go up. Excitement builds as merchants and tourists flock to the starting town. Soon, both boats embark on their journey. They look very small and flimsy against the vast ocean backdrop. Frost comes to me. Your Serene Highness, I understand you elected to sponsor both competitors. Surely you have a sense that only one will outdo the other. Fancy a small wager? Slippery, Veracor, thank you for praising the 9th Slippery accompanying you. What sort of wager are we talking about, Frost? A mere trifle for you, I'm sure. Your Serene Highness, your wisdom is known by all, so naturally you'd have great fortune. Leave you out of this. I don't think I should bet. No, I don't have time for such things. Very well, Your Serene Highness. But you're no fun. Sorry, alright. One of you says one thing, the other one says another, lady. You return to the capital to await news of the race. Alright, so this boat race will take place over many seasons. A big prize in store for the winner. Let's get to the honor guard, though. As is tradition, each region offers a selection of elite guards. The counts with knights of the Order of the Drowned Rose. The patricians with champion gladiators from the arena. The barons offer a squad of battle-hardened veteran soldiers. Think carefully, Your Majesty. These guards' loyalties will be divided between you and their region. Of course, you could just hire foreign mercenaries. They'd be loyal to coin above all. Of course you'll be taking the gladiators, Your Majesty. None of the other options are half as muscly. Veracor makes a good point. But let's learn everybody first. We didn't pick, they were chosen in a gladiator combat last game, the Eastern Knights. The Order of the Drowned Rose are highly respectable. They'll understand palace etiquette, but it's been years since they fought an actual battle. They mostly write poems these days. They may seem mild, but we saw them in action. They saved Glorb last game. The Coastal Gladiators. are a gang of low-born crooks who turn themselves into celebrities through their skill at chopping other people to bits. They're vain and selfish. Their skill in battle is undeniable. But can you trust them? The veterans. These soldiers have fought more battles than they've had hot dinners. They'd be uncouth, no doubt, won't adapt well to life in the palace. But they're loyal and tough as nails. What foreign mercenaries do you suggest? A band of fearsome fighters from the Tatterlands called the Battle-Bitten Brethren. They specialize in bodyguard work, but they're costly. And hiring foreigners will be considered an insult to the rest of the kingdom. I've made my decision. We wait your verdict with bated breath, Your Majesty. All right. And I will be choosing then randomly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We will pick one of the nations. We won't go for the costly foreign mercenaries. It'll be a 3. Meaning my S tier. The Coastal Gladiators. Yes. I will make the arrangements at once. The gladiators arrive a few weeks later. The men are bare-chested, the women are underdressed, eager to show off their bodies as much as their weaponry. They gather behind your throne, begin oiling themselves up. Baby. Ooh, baby. Best honor guard. Our first auction of the game. Exclamation point. Fund. Space at your choice. Space how much you wish to bid. And them being loyal makes sense to pick them, I think. Right? Richest nobles are all pictured over on the right. Ad break. We will pause. I won't start the auction before the ad break. Richest noble is our good buddy Waper. Maidenless just made a bunch to sort of catch up, though. Richest overall. Is it the counts? Counts of a few people. I don't know. Hard to say. Maybe still the Pats, despite their bribes they've been giving out. Our auction, though, our choice is here. The Fortress. A will raise military up for the barons. B, the theater will lower authority for the kingdom. C, the aqueduct will raise farming for the counts. D, the thieves guild will lower trade for the counts. E, the library will raise stability for the kingdom. And then F, the observatory will lower faith for the Pats. Barons want low authority. That is B. I mean, they got the fortress, they might want A too, keeping high military. Counts want the highest farming, so they want C. Loyalists, the Pats want high farming as well. Pats might also want maybe E, keeping stability high, prevent rebellions. And you will not vote, it'll be exclamation point fund. And it starts, you'll have 60 seconds. It'll be something like this. Fund, say, X350. Just like that. 60 seconds. Only the top 2 buildings get funded. So A and B are very good Baron-wise. They have the most to gain, maybe. C, counts need the highest farming. Ties count. But you know, getting that extra point in C will help you, counts. Loyalists, hard to say. There's not too much you might want here, Pats. I mean, C doesn't hurt you too bad. You'd rather it be your own farming going up. C and A, both being funded at the moment. Now C and B, 1100 is in C. There's 100 in B. 20 seconds left. A mere 10 in A. But anything can happen here as we approach the final 10 seconds left. It's C and B. B is at 600. C is at 1100. There's still 10 in A. It's still C and B. Nobody coming in. It's going to be C and B. B, C, and B. Which is Fine. Fine. Counts get what they want, barons get what they want. Slippity Slap, biggest contributor to C. Goober, biggest contributor to B. A pretty good discount for both of those. They played nice. There is some shady business in the coast. Duh. Mastodon comes to me. Your Majesty, I'm sure you'd be very concerned to hear the letter I had from Baroness Waper. I'm not sure you need to worry about that, says Frost. Let's move to a different vote. How about... No! I will speak. Waper 34 writes. We are practically nose to nose, but while my crew was busy rowing, I saw a coastal ship sneaking into a sheltered bay. I hate to speak ill of the patricians, but I looked very much like smugglers, avoiding the capital's import fees. This is preposterous! Hearsay and gossip, nothing more. Laura? Right? Well, during the boat race, it appears we may have caught the Pat smuggling. In an unrelated, opportunity here. Pats do look kind of sus. A, do we levy a fine on the patricians? B, do we punish the patricians? Reward Baroness Waper for alerting the treasury? C, the patricians are merely being innovative entrepreneurs. We cannot afford D, treasury's too low. We can't afford to hire the smugglers ourselves. Dang it. We could have used some good smugglers. Let's go ahead then. What do we do? Pats? I know we're supposed to be cool and all, but you can't go around breaking laws. Can you? Smuggling is a crime. You're no better than pirates. Did you learn from Han after the Vader lineage? A fine on the Pats is A, winning out at the moment. A couple Pats themselves think it's just innovative entrepreneurship, and boom! Caught up while I was talking there. Break a tie, anybody? A and C levying a fine? Or being innovative entrepreneurs? Where are the barons? They are... hunting. Hunting, naturally. This is an outrage! You trust Baroness Waper's word over mine? The treasurer sends her most menacing heavies to fetch the gold. Of course, the patricians grumble for weeks about the injustice. The fines will go up, Pats lose money. The treasury will go up, Pats lose trade. Pats are just your wealth here in this game. Worse, it turns out the smugglers were in cahoots with Maidenless to provide illicit supplies for the voyage. Without their help, his progress slows. So not only smuggling, but you were cheating. The race continues onward. You wait to hear more from the competitors. Yes, that's the third time this game we've had Pats lose, all the Pats lose money. Not very fair. I can feel your pain a little there. Blood money. Now there's blood money. Slippity, excuse me? Nothing is wrong. Absolutely nothing is wrong in the East. It's hard for me to do this with an accent when I'm trying to, like, mime and act. You're fine? You're fine? Things must have changed. Hey. There's definitely not an old witch who lives at the border of my lands. I definitely haven't been having money problems. Most importantly, she didn't offer me a fortune. in exchange for just a drop of my blood. Offer which I absolutely didn't accept. Despite all this not happening, Sir Slippity Slap gained 750 gold. I'm confused. Ever since I didn't accept the witch's bargain, I haven't found myself obeying her every command. I definitely still rule my estate, not her. You doth protest too much. Furthermore, she didn't forbid me from telling you any of this, and I'm not using negative statements to bypass her magic. Let's fetch the court's physician. Let's see if we can do something about this little curse of yours, Slippity. After a week confined to a cold iron box with nothing to eat but salt, the magic stops affecting Count Slippity Slap so strongly. He's even able to talk about his ordeal directly and gain his accent back. I've always tolerated that bloody witch. She'd sell medicine to the peasants to help them find lost sheep. I never suspected she was capable of something like this. We need to call a vote. Send a regiment to take back my stolen land. Alright. Slippity has been cursed. Do we A, take back Count Slippity Slap's land and burn the witch at the stake?
60% of the time, it works.
Every time. B, take back Sir Slippity Slap's land, but let the witch go free. Or C, let Slippity Slap suffer the consequences of his bargain. Charge. Slippity wants to charge. That would be A, huh? Sending in the military, right? If you're a little unfamiliar with lore in King of the Castle, you usually don't trust a witch, you don't trust a wizard. They're nothing but trouble. But you also don't want to mess with them. We can hope that A succeeds here for you. I'm gonna use this sword on my waist for once. When the eastern troops arrive at Count Slippity Slap's estate, the land itself fights back. The soil opens beneath them. Trees swipe at their horses. But they fight their way through with minimal losses. The witch tries to escape, but she's caught by sentries posted around the perimeter. That evening, the witch is burned in the town square as the peasants watch in silence. Count Sir Slippity Slap is pathetically grateful for the return of his ancestral home. Pathetically grateful. Faith will go up for burning a witch. But the fields are never again as bountiful as they were under the witch's reign.
Good news, everyone!
Good news, everyone! Farming goes down 1. So counts are tied at 7 for highest farming. Finding a spouse. Your Majesty, it's important you find a spouse sooner rather than later. I know, if you guys hadn't funded the last one. Phew. I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What is your preference, men, women, or do you not mind? The witch? Yeah, the witch was just a farmer. It wasn't a witch, just a farmer. We're not getting perfect husband this game. I suppose Queen Norella wants a man. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll send out messages to the most influential noble families in the kingdom. Let's see what they have to offer. It's an easy enough decision. You're marrying to the Pats as we agreed before you took the throne, right? Right? If only it were Glorb. If you could produce Glorb as your heir. Maybe. As your claimant. In a distant fortress, amidst dark and foreboding forests, a small, squat castle stands watch over the Marcher border. There, at the end of the kingdom, a plot is hatching. Look here, our first shipment from Kurth, says Crystal. Incredible. May I see inside? Careful with that torch, you fool! You'll blow us to smithereens! So this is the fabled black powder. Incredibly powerful, but we'll need much, much more to put you on the throne. We are blowing up something today here, Airhawk. For the next stage of the Baron scheme, raise their trade to 5 or more in 4 seasons. You're just a schemer, just by nature, aren't you, Crystal? Airhawk, welcome back. 2,000 gold in your coffers. We do have the gunpowder plot in order here. Tax season. 3 ways a monarch may tax the nobles. If I just get it over with, though. Cruel taxing you will raise your defiance. Add 400 gold to the treasury. Take 400 wealth from every noble in that color. Common taxing you, no defiance swing, 100 treasury to wealth. Bribing will lower defiance. Lower the treasury by 700. Add 700 wealth to everybody in the nation. The trend must keep going. The Pats got the bonus. They invest wisely in wine exports. Every Pat made 500 gold. We're commenting all around. Is fair, is honest, is neutral. Is boring, though, hoy. What news do we want first? The damn crabs will go crab first. Bad news, your majesty. A new reef has been discovered, which is overflowing with millions of jeweled crabs. Crab prices are crashing catastrophically. I did. I just said, the event just lies in wait, doesn't it? Here, take your points back. Hugh and Tubal, welcome on in. I never remember when it's an event that, it starts off and then, waits a couple turns. I just can never remember. Dubal, welcome on in. You are a Baron for the game. Thank you for joining us here. Happy Wednesday. Did I reject? I hope I rejected here. I'll continue to try to stop not say it for you. What? Haven't been a Baron in ages. Baron's not doing too bad at the moment. They need their trade to be 5 or more. It's at 10. Sounds pretty easy. The entire kingdom will suffer financially, Your Majesty, with the exception of a few patricians. Curiously, Lord Patrician I like freshly baked bread. The very same patrician who first began the crab craze recently sold all of his crabs. I just can't not say it. It's there! I'm reading the text, that's what it is. Can sell all of his crustaceans at a huge profit. Just days before the crash. Every noble loses money. Except for I like freshly baked bread. Nets a cool 1,500. Something must be done. You summon your council to discuss the crab price crisis. Many nobles have invested heavily in the crab market. They're casting furious glances at the Pats bench. Stonks. Crab stocks always go up until they don't. And if you're newer to the game, it's random how long it takes for the crabs to crash. I've seen it increase like 3 times. Is the most I've ever seen the price increase. And it was a lot of fun. A, do we bail out the failed businesses? That's Wall Street, baby! B, do we let the coast suffer the full consequences of the crisis? Or do we C, arrest Lord Patrician I like freshly baked bread and confiscate his ill-gotten gold? Arresting him sounds great. But I think what we're doing in these double games here, since we saw that earlier, do I veto it? We'd like the stories to be a little bit different. Now wait a minute. So because we just saw what happens, we do love hanging nobles, but I like telling different stories too. So I think I do veto C. And spare baked bread a little bit. Though this could cost the kingdom. You'll buy dinner? Thank you. Thank you. Do we either bail out the businesses or let the coast suffer the consequences of the crisis? Definitely not going to make me pay for this, are you? We couldn't have... Last game, we just had this event last game, everybody, if you missed it. We couldn't afford A. So we couldn't even try to pick A last game. Do we do it now? Do we let the coast suffer? It looks like the coast is going to suffer, though. Even Pats are voting for it. There are reports of queues of bankrupt merchants waiting to jump from the tallest towers on the coast. Exaggeration, surely. It's a dark joke. Trade will go down 2 for the Pats. Defiance goes up 1. Stability goes down 1. The Pats themselves wanted the coast to suffer. We'll get to a mutiny. Lady Frost. Dramatic news from the boat race, Your Serene Highness. Lord Patrician Maidenless sent a letter telling me everything. We beg for aid. My crew has turned against me. I guess, Ephra, that's true. Ephra, you guys did that for me? I know. I wasn't even thinking of that. Pats? Aw. We beg for aid. My crew has turned against me. They're saying I'm working them too hard. There's no hope of winning anyway. Now they demand higher pay. They're threatening to throw me overboard. I beg for help. Every minute we argue, we lose time against Waper. How did you have time to write me a letter, then? If they're on the verge of mutiny, there's no way this would reach me in time. By all that glitters, we must step in. These sailors can't be allowed to disrupt the race like this. Absolutely not. If Maidenless doesn't control his own crew, that's his fault. He doesn't deserve to win. I guess that's what they probably use, hawks or pigeons, carrier pigeons of some kind. They're in the middle of the sea. This has already hurt his chances of winning. Why should he be punished further? Alright. Do we A, send the coastal troops to make them fall in line? B, the patricians can send funds to pay off the mutineers? Or C, do we let the mutiny resolve itself? Things A or C here. A is a 70% military role for our boys. C, a 50%. Patricians can pay the money themselves is B. How many opportunities? Lucy, you are coming in for the just drain the Pats money rain. Pat's like screwing the coast anyway, so let's screw them. Troops. Sneeze may be incoming. Maybe it's just a nose. Itchy nose. Hard to say. Something's definitely there. Coastal mercenaries quickly descend on the situation. But they're not prepared for the fury of the sailors. Several are thrown overboard. The rest slink away, and the sailors rejoice, while Maidenless is forced to promise the higher wages that they wanted. Maidenless gives up, is at 750 gold. Military goes down 1 for the Pats. Still, he remains behind Waper. The race is nearly over. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whew. Eligible options. I found 3 potential matches for you. 1 eligible young man from each of the kingdom's 3 regions. Choose wisely. You'll be securing a powerful alliance. Yes, yes, I know, Chancellor. The Chancellor leads you to the Great Hall, where they've arranged 3 portraits on easels. For now, each is covered by a cloth. Alright, let's meet the eligible bachelors. They whisk away the cloth from the first portrait. Time to meet our men. They will be nothing compared to Glorb. But maybe we'll have at least one suitable candidate. This is Vostok, eldest son of the Eastern Marley dynasty. Apparently, they had a hell of a time getting him to smile for the portrait. Fancy dresser. Spends most of his time indoors poring over musty tomes. He's got in some trouble with the Inquisition a while ago. Didn't come to anything. Nothing jumping out, I guess. Don't see what all the fuss is about, personally. I know, yeah, they're not much. From the coast, we have Maureenus. Maureenus? The wealthy heir to Lady Patrician Lady Frost Iron's estate. I mean, just look at her. She's gorgeous. Apparently got a silver tongue, too. Her interest is typical of the coast. Money, money, money. Making more of it. And he's scarily good at it. Alright. Alright. Norella as a patrician herself. I think, I like the sound of him. And finally, we have the March's offering. Maximilian, sign of the prestigious Airhawk bloodline. Barons all seem a little scared of him, although I can't work out why. Like most of the barons, his great passion is hunting. No beast is safe from his crossbow. He's got a reputation for not giving a damn what anyone thinks of him. Looks young, got that clean-shaven baby face on him. Typical Baron, though, trait-wise. Sounds like a laugh. What do you think? Of course, by picking a candidate, you'll anger the other regions. You'll gain a lifelong alliance. Alright, and I randomly will be picking here. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I had to pick... The Baron wasn't bad. No, the Baron wasn't bad. The Vostok had nothing. I don't know. Vostok just didn't stand out at all. I'd have to go Coast or Barons, personally. But we will roll a d6. And get a 6. We will marry Maximilian of the March. Excellent. I'll make the arrangements. Defiance goes down 2 for whomever you pick. Goes up 1 for the other ones. End of season. Plots and counterplots. Deep in the back rooms of the royal palace, the coastal patricians are poring over secret letters and scribbled diagrams. On the walls, a corkboard filled with pins, crisscrossed by colored string. They got the crazy sort of board going on. All right. The Queen has finally found a match, even if it's not who we had hoped. Now she just needs to get on with the wedding. Indeed, and then on to producing an heir. My spies have intercepted Kurth merchants bound for the March. They're doing illicit business right under the Queen's nose. The question is, what are they trading? Then we've got to keep up our efforts. Queen Norella isn't going anywhere on our watch. Patricians must continue to aid the Queen by countering the other region's schemes. They will win the game if the queen produces an heir and completes her ambition. Right. A new law. Guess iron over the monarch's vote. I'll keep the gamble. We'll go end is near is boat race. We'll get to boat race later. Let's check on a plague of rats first. Countess Luciana strides into the council chambers, distraught, waving a dead rat by its tail. Ew! The fields and barns of the east are overrun by vermin. We've no more poison for the horrible things. We can't cope and seethe anymore. A. Lucy, take the rat and go. The east can handle this alone. B. Do we deliver a supply of rat poison? C. Send them a shipment of cats. Or D. Hire some adventurers to clear out the rodents. Rat problems. What do we do about rat problems? East can handle this alone. Deliver rat poison. Deliver them cats. Or hire adventurers. A 60% farming roll. B is a 40% stability roll. C also leads to a roll. But we get cats. We get cats with C. No one voting cats? What kind of darkest timeline are we in? Morgramoon. Thank you. It's rare. It's rare. Cats usually wins this. Not always. It was just nobody was voting cats. Adventurers are the best option. Yeah, cats. There are some votes you will see often, like a majority will pick this option. Like, see there, a lot of people pick cats. Just cuz. You get cats. Luckily, the Adventurers Guild has an entire branch dedicated to vermin control as part of their leveling up initiative. Don't worry, Your Majesty. You can rely on I, Graswald Gregorius, and my party of merry adventurers to clear out these rats for you. Like throwing the monarch into the river. Indeed, yeah. Monarch in the river. Also up there. Later, the adventurers are wiped out battling some kind of rat king in the sewer. But the rodent population has gone down. It's good. That's fine. See, Defiance goes down. It worked. Rats are gone. We lost the adventurers too, but it works. We'll really drum roll. The end is near. Let's get to the wedding first. Your wedding to Maximilian is naturally the talk of the kingdom. Nobles and peasants alike travel from across the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. It feels like you're the only one not taking part. Instead, you're getting ready for the ceremony. Soon enough, you're standing in St. Bertrand's Cathedral with Maximilian at your side. Do you take this man as your lawfully wedded husband? Archie, I do. Then I pronounce you queen and husband. After the wedding, of course, there's a feast. After the feast, a dance. Your new husband, Maximilian, only dances with obvious reluctance. Not a mat-pat marriage, no. Randomly picked it maidenless and ended up on the barons. Stability and authority will go up. Defiance goes down everywhere. By the time you find yourself alone with Max, it's past midnight. You've never felt more tired. Neither of us asked for this union, but I assure you, it can blossom into something of mutual benefit. Agreed. Excellent. I hope this alliance proves most fruitful indeed. You head to your separate bedchambers. Perhaps will draw closer in time, but for now your husband is happy to keep you at arm's length. That far. The end is near. See you at Thanksgiving. Lady Frost. The coastal boat race is nearly at a close. I'd hoped the coast would win the day, but it appears that Baroness Waper will sail to victory. How exciting! Truly, this race is of utmost importance. On a completely unrelated note, I have a shipment of silver that is due to intercept the racers any day now. Marley? If my ship got in the way, who knows what might happen? I dare say the race's outcome could be altered. Marley? Ooh. Of course, I could be convinced to alter the shipment's route instead. My liege, we must put a stop to this shameless attempt to sabotage the race. A bit of cheaty. Do we A, have the barons pay for the ship to obstruct Lord Patrician Maidenless's path? B, do we have the Pats pay for the ship to obstruct Baron Waper's path? C, refuse the shameless bribe. Waper is closest to victory in the boat race at the moment. Boat races can be tied, I believe. But what do we do? Oh, wait. A, have the barons pay and will block the Pat's ship. B, has the Pats pay to block the baron's ship. And then C, we will refuse the bribe. So this is the last event of the boat race. It sort of keeps tracks of who does best during each of the events and like how everyone votes. It appears that it appeared that Waper was closest to winning. But my silver shipment will have to be diverted. It will be late. The East loses trade and gains 2 defiance. That's what you get for trying to interfere. Defiance goes down for the other nations. Soon, nobles and peasants alike gather at the finish line, watching breathlessly as the winner arrives. And it's Baroness Waper 34! Victory! Victory for the honor of the barons! I could not have done it without the generous sponsorship of Queen Norella. Defiance can't get any lower. The authority will go up. Now pay up, Maidenless. A patrician losing a sea race is a scandal. I don't know how it happened. So Maidenless will lose all of his money. Thank you. Thank you very much. Perhaps you'd like a rematch in a year's time. Maidenless, now moneyless. Ouch. Sorry. It's just double whammy. All that money, though, will get transferred over to Waper, instantly shooting you up 4,540 gold, 50 gold. Which is sort of it would never hit me again. You can't help it. When you have money, the boat race, everybody targets the wealthiest Pat, and then one of the other 2 factions, whoever the wealthiest was. So you were the wealthiest Baron, so it targeted you. And it could be worse. It could be worse. Crystal knows. You just want... Waper, yeah, I know. Waper just wants to hoard. Absolutely not. It's time for a nice holiday in my villa to relax. And a lot of wine. Back in the March, merchants flock to investigate Waper's boat. Use her sailing techniques to improve their own crafts. Trade can't get any higher. Though the race is over, it gripped the kingdom. Similar bets take place as far afield as Saul and Kurth, some successful, others ending in watery deaths. People can die during the boat race as well, during some of the events. I know the mutiny can lead to death. And then your child takes your place in the race. The famine begins. Late at night, two counts meet in an ancient stone cemetery to discuss their schemes against the queen. Our grain stores are looking good, enough to endure a famine better than the rest of the kingdom, I'd say. How exquisite! But won't summoning this demon be difficult? Its magic beyond your usual fare. There's the seaweed, yes, the seaweed is fun. I always want to eat the seaweed. The walls of reality are sturdy, but they can be weakened. A tide of blood must swallow the kingdom in its wake. Chaos! For the next stage of your scheme, counts must lower stability to 4 or less in 2 seasons. Alright. Moving to our second stage, we're in the middle of the game about right now. Barons need their own trade to be at least 5. At least 5 barons. Okay? At least 5. Counts need the kingdom's stability to be 4 or less. Patricians are loyalists. They win the game should the monarch win the game. Monarch's goal is farming. Back from the hunt. Max, my adoring husband. Nerella, dearest, I have something for you. It's something I brought back from my latest hunt, a trophy. Max takes you by the hand, leads you to the great hall, where a white sheet hangs from some statue that wasn't there before. When he pulls the sheet free and it falls to the floor, the taxidermied figure of a great brown bear is revealed, snarling in anger, as if ready to attack. Fearsome. This will be perfect for instilling fear into the nobles. The bear makes a fine addition to the council chambers. Your nobles give it nervous glances every time they enter the room. Authority goes up. My husband. Happy husband. Happy life. Not the same. Where are our other ones? Our other ones are over here. We have the printing press. Crystal. Your Majesty, a blacksmith in the march has come up with some sort of printing contraption. Kind of. That would be fun, I guess. Yeah, if that could switch what they bring to you. Instead of relying on painstaking effort of scribes, produces 100 copies of text in an hour. Books. How boring. By the 9th, my liege, don't you see the potential? This could prove a most profitable investment. Don't you see how dangerous this is? Books should stay in churches and universities, or else commoners will start getting ideas. Do we A, allow printing presses to be used by the masses? B, only the church may use printing presses? C, only the university may use printing presses? Or D, forbid the use of the printing press altogether? It's you again. You again? Printing press? We saw yesterday, but not today. What do we do with it? A wonderful invention that changed the entire world, really, was the printing press. Without it, it would not have shaped mankind as we know it. This is surely a gift for all of Celestath. Or at least the kingdom. The kingdom is not Celestath. Celestath is the planet we're on. The kingdom in King of the Castle has no name. Simply referred to as the kingdom. Alright. Everybody should be able to print something. You're going to regret this one day, Your Highness. Ignorance is the only thing keeping the common folk in line. It's a good line, and I probably agree with you, Combo. Defiance goes up. Nonsense! You're just jealous! In the end, both are right. The East develops a thriving publishing industry, but as more and more books are printed, radical ideas start to spread. Wealth, trade will go up for the East. Ideas like, maybe peasants deserve rights, and should we even have a queen at all? Strike those thoughts from your mind, peasants. Stability goes down, authority goes down. A mercantile complaint. Your Majesty, the richest merchants in the March have bribed the barons to give them an exclusive charter. They now control all trade of copper and fur, the March's most valuable goods. It's a monopoly, Your Majesty. And monopolies are illegal. We already made it so. They're scamming the public by fixing prices, pushing smaller traders like myself out of business. Something must be done. Hi, Neffy. Hi, Neffy! Can you hear me? Hi, Mom, too. We're not quite done yet. We're middle of the game here, Mom and Neffy. Did you hear me? You heard me? We did make monopolies illegal earlier in this game. Something must be done. Hi, Mom. That is my mother, everybody, Delilah W. She is at home with the nephew. Then the nephews are home from vacation, and now home from school is the first one. Hi, Mom. Mom, monopolies are illegal, right? Time to enforce the rule. Which one is it? Monopoly, it just sounds like good business. B, demand that the Treasury get a taste of the bribes. Or C, declare the exclusive charter null and void. Thyrus Sendria, good evening to you as well. How are you doing here today, Thyrus? Are you a mother? Hi, Mom. I'm just waving to my mother. Join He Counts. It is too late to pick your team, Thyrus. You can only do that at the beginning. Let's see if you ended up there anyway. You did not. You are on the patricians here for the game. You're going shopping. All right. Have fun. I will, Indy's home then. I will, take care of him in a little bit. It seems to. I think it's... I can't confirm it works every time, but I'd say it does work sometimes. But Thyrus, I assume you're familiar with the game if you're coming in with this knowledge. Your most despised faction? Ouch. My favorite faction. But Thyrus, thank you for joining us. If you have any questions, let us know here. We are, what do we do? There appears to be maybe a monopoly occurring, and monopolies are illegal. That's how the Pats won last time. You're quite familiar. The patricians are attempting loyalist scheme right now here, Thyrus. They won the first game thanks to a monopoly. And today, Thyrus, anyone else joining me today here, I'm having a little bit of a competition the next couple of weeks on stream. We'll be playing games of King of the Castle constantly. The winningest faction, I will assemble a costume for Halloween. So, whatever wins out, whatever the best faction in our Battle of the Bees sort of tournament, I will dress as. So if you like Pat's costumes, help them win. If you don't like Pat's costumes, maybe you vote against them. Right now, Grandees won 2 games on Monday. Grandees are in the lead. However, this day can change everything. And we will demand the Treasury gets a taste of those bribes. Corruption? Am I corrupt now? You soon receive a generous anonymous donation from the address of one of your biggest companies in the March. In return, you allow them to keep their exclusive charter. Everybody wins! Territorial region. If you want to... Not that I'm encouraging people to sort of vote outside of their factions or anything this week, but yeah, you can secretly help out the counts if you think I would make a good count for a costume. I can already picture the skull. I'd have to get the skull prop right. Except for the merchant who came to complain about the council. He's found dead in an alleyway. Probably a coincidence. End of season. We get to our next auction of the game. Exclamation point fund, space your choice, space how much you wish to bid for an auction. Richest nobles are all pictured on the right. Waper is our richest noble, currently at 4,540 gold. Just won the boat race. Marley, I believe, is asleep. Freshly baked bread, then maybe you're the richest by default in a way at 2,000. Everybody's money, though, matters. Group funding is very much encouraged to build what you wish to build here. What do we have? A, the fortress will raise military for the barons. B, the theater will lower authority for the kingdom. C, the monument will raise authority for the kingdom. D, the prison will lower stability for the kingdom. E, the aqueduct will raise farming for the pats. And then F, the stadium will lower military for the patricians. Barons concentrating on trade at the moment. However, they're at 10 trade. Maybe they love A here, just to keep the military high. Counts are concentrating on stability, 4 or less. Do they want to go D to keep it a little bit lower? Patricians are loyalists. They need farming to be high. Maybe Pats need that little extra boost in E. 60 seconds. Get your snipes in the last 10 seconds, of course, what I recommend. Only the top 2 buildings get funded. If yours does not get funded, you get your money back. You can fund outside of your color, too. Just your color is usually what's affecting your region, or what you might want, or might sabotage you, indeed. 20 seconds in, it's D and E. D would be lowering stability. Counts need it 4 or less. E would be raising farming for the patricians. They are loyalists. They want farming to be high across the kingdom. Now it's A and D. A getting funding now. Barons coming out. They want that high military. 1,700 is in A. There's 1,200 in D. 2,500 now. E gets a big boost. It's E and A. 2,500 to 1,700. 10 seconds left. 10 seconds left. E and A still in it. There's 1,200 in D. That's all we got in A, D, and E. There's D gonna come up behind it, but now look at D, D, D. D goes up above E. Yes, I played in Kilted stream a couple nights ago, indeed. And I'm constantly in King of the Castle streams. You will find me at all hours of the day. Well, I go to bed about 9:30 actually. I don't play in too many late night games. But I play in many King streams. D and E will get past. D, lowered stability for the kingdom. Combo, biggest contributor to that. You were late, but good. E will raise farming. Baked bread, thank you for building the aqueduct. Contributing 2,000 gold. We have events in the capital. We'll go gunpowder smuggling first. Your Highness, the veterans of the march are attempting to amass a store of gunpowder. You know, the explosive black powder from Kurth. What can I do? The barons have established contacts with Kurth merchants, no doubt at great expense. Without the coin to purchase more powder, however, their plot will fail. Unfortunately, the barons' trade is booming. They're no doubt stockpiling massive amounts of gunpowder. You bring the revelations, which the barons wholeheartedly deny to the council. A. This is a what do we do about the barons vote. We're going to have one for the counts next. A. Do we slap heavy tariffs on all imports to the march? B, do we threaten Kurth with sanctions for supplying gunpowder to the barons? Or do we C, allow the barons to import whatever they please? Gamba? No Gamba here. Oh, this Gamba. That Gamba? I don't need that Gamba. Do I? Nah, I won't. I probably won't. A, in these votes, will attempt to stop them by hitting their stat. I don't think it's going to lower trade by 6. So I don't think A is going to stop them. B will delay the barons for a turn, and C just will let them on through to the final stage. What do we do here? I haven't used the law in a while. I'm trying not to use too many laws and influence the game. That's what it is. If I need to use them, I will. If the circumstance I said, if we saw an event earlier in the day, I'll veto, like, the choice we made. If something's going to end the game, I'll veto that. Delaying them for a turn. The Pats are on board for that, of course. With the fellow barons, they're around here somewhere. Kurth doesn't respond lightly to threats of sanctions, but they're also not willing to jeopardize trade relations over more of their enterprising merchants. The gunpowder import has slowed to a trickle, but it hasn't stopped. The Baron's stat goal will not be evaluated until the end of next season. Blasphemy. Your Highness, in urgent matter, my agents suspect that there's a reason behind the recent unrest. The Counts are stirring up chaos to power some kind of dark ritual. They want that 3 black mana on turn 1. What sort of ritual? We don't know yet. They're being too careful. We must fight back against this sacrilege. All right. What do we do about the Counts now? Do we A, order kingdom-wide curfews to calm things down? B, send inquisitors to uncover proof of the ritual? Or C, do we leave the Counts to their petty business? All right. A what do we do about the Counts vote here? A raises up stability, lowers authority, and will raise Count's defiance. B will delay them for a turn. And C lets them on through. Leave them to their petty business. We delayed the barons. Do we do the same thing? There are your barons, alright? You were wondering? Vote V. Vote V. For victory. A small army of inquisitors rifle through the Count's estates and question the peasants on their lands. No. Several high-profile Counts are captured and interrogated at length. It's harder for them to perform their rituals and make their preparations while they're trying to dodge the Inquisition's agents. The Count's efforts have been hampered. Their stat goal will not be evaluated until the end of next season. Where my crabs at? About my heir. Your marriage to Maximilian has grown strong and steady, like an old castle wall. Though it began as a political arrangement, it's blossomed into something like love. It's high time you thought about an heir. Congratulations are in order. The royal wedding was a magnificent affair. But something's still missing. You need an heir. You need someone who's young, whose loyalty is assured. A child of your own will do the trick, even if they're a bastard, or the youngest of your many cousins. And my husband and I will have a child together. Ah, the traditional method. No one will object to that. I'll arrange for you to take a month off from ruling so you can get down to business. End of season. Tax time. 3 ways a monarch may tax the nobles, though probably neutral here. The cruel tax raises up defiance. raises the treasury by 400. We'll take 400 wealth from everybody in that faction. Common tax, no defiance, swing 100 treasury to wealth. The bribe lowers defiance, will lower treasury by 700, and gives 700 wealth to everybody in the color. Counts got the bonus. They sell cursed idols to gullible merchants. They needed that. I think the counts needed that a little bit. The Pats need money too. Like the barons are the richest. The poorest baron is 1050. Waper, of course, they got the richest baron. Waper doesn't spend too much money though. Maybe we shouldn't count him. We're common all around. We're common all around. There are, ooh, baby. Let's get this. Lucy, behold your grace. Countess Luciander pulls aside a tarpaulin to reveal a granite statue of Count Sir Slippity Slap. This statue is impeccably detailed. His expression a frozen grimace. Again. A sad sight, is it not? A gift? I have always wanted a statue of Sir Slippity Slap. Thank you, Lucy. It's marvelous. No, your grace, this is no statue. It seems the Stone Maiden is abroad in the east. I know she's abroad. She's called the Stone Maiden. This is no laughing matter. She's a walking statue with burning yellow eyes. All who meet her gaze are turned to stone. She sleeps for years at a time before waking, terrorizing the kingdom. She must have ambushed Count Slippity Slap on his latest walk in the cemetery. Please, your highness, you must do something. So yes, Count Sir Slippity Slap has died, been turned to stone. F's for our dear friend Slippity. At least you funded a bunch of things before you passed. Yes, Count Slippity Slap the First. Thank you. But fear not if you're newer to the game. You never stop playing Sir Slippity Slap the Second. His more handsome son is here. Right? Do we A, hire a wizard to take care of this? B, send an army to smash this thing to rubble? B, tell everyone in the east to hide? Or D, consult the fairy tales for a solution? And we did indeed, we did just see this event again earlier. We told everyone to hide successfully. Suppose I will, keeping with what I said, I will veto then. We won't even get a chance to. What do we do? Either A, hire a wizard. B, send in the army. Or D, do we consult the fairy tales? C would have been the boring option anyway, alright? The middle of the pack one. You either want to sabotage with B or try to hit D, I suppose. A also, though, treasury. We want to big hit to the treasury with A. Stone Maiden can appear anywhere. I think most often it seems to appear in counts and barons for some reason, though. I don't know what the requirements for it might be, if there are some. Want to avenge your father, Slippity? If you want to personally hire a wizard, you can, alright? But it's got to be your own coin. I'm not wasting money on a wizard. You send for an expert folklorist from Quail University. According to legend, the Stone Maiden mourns her long-lost love, the third god. Perhaps she seeks revenge on the ninth god who drowned her lover. It's an interesting theory, but it hardly helpful. Unfortunately, your council draws a blank on the best course of action. You can only watch helplessly at what comes Next. Authority goes down, first of all. The Stone Maiden, enraged, stalks the east for weeks on end, turning thousands of peasants into twisted granite figurines. Farming will go down 3 for the Counts. Stability goes down 2. Kingdom's on the brink of riots. At long last, she retreats to her lair deep underground, falls asleep once more. On the bright side, the Counts now have plenty of oddly realistic statues to sell. So Counts, there's a carrot at the end of the stick. You gain trade and money. How much money did you have? It was like 200, 250, something like that. 300, was it 300? So, alright, not the worst thing. You're not selling your father's statue. You may keep it, sir. Alright. There is a theft. Airhawk. My liege, this is an outrage. I demand justice. Last week, Countess Luciander shook my hand as a supposed show of reconciliation and stole my family's lucky ring in the process. So just the old, hey, how you doing? The old, hey, how you doing, and then slipped it off? Lucy. For shame. How dare you? You're looking very Russian. Blood and stars, nonsense. Rummage through your drawers. I'm sure you'll find the thing. Russian accent. My liege, a feud has stood between our families for centuries. Luciander's ancestor left my ancestor tied to a rock in the woods for the wolves to consume. A feud? That's more than a feud, that's just murder. That's just, dang, I know. That's because his ancestor poisoned our well and killed half our household. Well, alright. That is pretty bad, too. Enough. I know Luciander stole my priceless ring. It brings the March good luck and bounty. My dear niece is to wear it when she marries. Yeah. You're both wrong. Okay. Do we A, send the Chancellor to the east to investigate? B, do we arrest Countess Luciander immediately? Or do we C, leave these squabbling nobles to deal with the situation themselves? All right. What do we do? How do we deal with this? Could be bad. Could be bad. C? You can vote C here. If you are unfamiliar with how the game works, if stability is at 0 by the end of the turn, it will end the game. Not that we don't need to. Not we don't need to or anything. And then it would be a vote off, maybe. Traitor. Chancellor can investigate. Airhawk thanks you profusely, but the Counts are furious that the accusations are being taken seriously. Defiance goes up 2 for the Counts. You order the Chancellor to search Lucy's home for that special ring. Goodness me, I do enjoy tales about such mysteries. I shall do my best. And then I wasn't sure. I'm like, what other event we have? Dangerous roads. Luciania. Our other Lucy. Your Highness, the merchants in the east are complaining about bandits. The eastern roads are too dangerous to travel, even with guards. Gangs of highly organized, well-armed highwaymen will ambush merchant caravans and steal absolutely everything. Right. Do we A, pay a mercenary company to patrol the roads? B, Make a few empty promises, hope it all goes away. C. Send a battle-hardened regiment to rout the bandits. Or D. Offer a bounty on bandit scalps. Gonna wing C. Another roll. Military, you want to wing C? Send in the military to take out the bandits? 40%? Overall for the day, we've had a couple unlucky, but I think we've been mostly hitting.
Come on, big money, big money, big money. No whammy, no whammy, stop!
Yeah, C could be that bad thing I just mentioned. If it fails. Because you know what the top of somebody's head looks like when it's chopped off? Could you compare it to other people's tops of heads? Just a hint at what could go wrong. However, you send a battalion of the East's hardiest veterans, experienced in fighting on foreign fields. If they can't root these bandits out, who can? The operation is a complete success. Within a month, the eastern roads are perfectly safe. If you don't mind riding past hanged carcasses of bandits. Stability goes up. And yes, if we had failed that roll, it would have gone down. Defiance goes down. And we would have ended the season. In a distant fortress, somewhere in a dark cellar, a nervous baroness is showing her guests a stupendous cache of explosive gunpowder. Behold, says Crystal. Great God! By my life, black gold dust! What are those? Cannons, my good friend! Cannons! Muskets, too! Courtesy of the Republic of Kurth! They're very happy with our business. High risk, high reward. Military goes up 1 for the barons. Now to decide what to do with all of it. Once we show our hand, there's no going back. Barons, will you A, sneak the gunpowder under the palace and blow them all sky high? Or B, put all of these cannons and muskets to good use? A will involve raising stability of the kingdom. B will involve raising your own military. Stability, counts are about to get off stability. Don't worry about them. You'll probably have to get it to 5. Military, you'll probably have to get it up to 9. Any barons? Barons only, picking your final stage and goal for the game. Blowing up the palace is A. Marching with the weapons is B. All right. With these explosive weapons, we'll be unstoppable on the battlefield. But we need to make sure we have the troops to use them. Then we'll step up our recruitment so we're ready when the time comes. I'll get to it. For the final stage, barons, raise your military to at least 9. You need what, like guns? Barons have a few ways to raise military. That one can always seem quick or either very quick or very hard. A pair of counts face each other in silence. Code words are exchanged. They speak of their latest scheme. Good news from the capital, my friend. Well, bad news, but good for us. Oh yes, fires wanton murder, giant spiders. Indeed, and what's more, I sold the other regions a few emergency supplies in their panic. Trade goes up to 10. Superb! The fabric between worlds is wearing thin. The time is ripe to summon a demon. But which honored guest should we invite? Counts? Whom do you summon? Ankarazad, Lord of Dismay, the seventh god smile. Or Belthmanar, the hungering absence, queen of corruption. A will involve lowering your own faith. B will involve raising your own trade. Your faith sits at 5. Your trade is at 10. So B count seems like the easy answer then. You just need to keep it at 10 for a full season. The last time you summoned a demon and won, you did summon Ankarazad. Today, though, will Belphemanar do it? Belphemanar will bring pestilence and starvation to the lands. She is perfect for our plans. When she arrives, the crown will be ours for the taking. Her summoning ritual requires rare regions from across Celestath, the petals of a Sakonese orchid, the eye of an Atishi salamander. Indeed, we'll stockpile resources before initiating the rite. No time to waste. For the final stage of your scheme counts, keep trade at 10 for a full season. Right? We receive at the very end a golden choice. I probably won't use it. Do I take it? Do I not? I don't think. Maybe I do. Do I? Do I? I will never use it. But it's fun to have. I didn't use it. I have not been using Golden Choice because that's just way too powerful a tool. I can really get you guys to do whatever. I'll do that. I'll go Unity here. Unity is the... in case. We might only have one turn here. We will have a... Let's go searching for the king, for the ring first. Your Majesty, I found Baron Airhawk's ring. But the situation is... delicate. Countess Luciender's niece has it. Because Airhawk's niece used it to propose to her. A Juliet and Juliet story we've got. My guardian Luciender doesn't understand true love. My dear Victoria and I are meant to be together, feud or no. Victoria and Valentina are our lovers' names. Aw. All we want is a quiet life. A little garden, a flock of geese, 20 acres of land or so. No one knows about this romance yet, but tensions are high. Both regions are using the feud to fuel a full-on rivalry between barons and counts. Perhaps I'm soft-hearted, but I can't help feeling for this young couple. Is there any way we can resolve this peacefully? All right. Publicly bless the couple's union. Provide a dowry to soothe the noble's feelings on the matter. Publicly forbid the romance. Or quietly advise the couple to break it off. I will roll. I think I'll roll here then. What are these all doing? No trade. I'm looking for trade. It's no trade. It's all farming. Farming, stability. I'll roll. Of D20, I'm going to roll 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 11 through 15, and 16 through 20. C could decrease stability, yes. It could. And we get C. Publicly forbid the romance. Great God, my liege! How could you do that? We don't deserve the same love you and Baron Max share. Don't we deserve it? Ah, that's a shame, your majesty. Probably sensible, but I do feel sorry for the pair of them. As Valentina storms out, you prepare your letters to her guardian and Baron Airhawk. They're both outraged that their wards have been sneaking around their backs and pack them off as far away as possible. One to learn diplomacy in Kurth, the other to join Archduke Shomo's court on the Isle of Sol. Archduke Shomo? Isn't he dead? Authority goes up, stability will go down. You hope the matter of romance is resolved. There is stage fright. Your Majesty, there have been some strange rumors regarding the Grand Theatre recently built in the marcher city of Augsburg. People are saying that an unscheduled play is performed there at midnight. Anyone who watches it will die 6 days later. Several deaths have already occurred. Shomo II that joined the guild. Yeah, if you missed it earlier, we did assassinate Archduke Shomo. That must be his son. Sorry. Did you say 6 days? By the 9th, my liege! I went and saw that play, 5 days ago! Well, Mastodon, it's nice knowing you. The council must do something! Save me! Sorry to make you a bit cowardly. Sorry, Mastodon, yeah. Do we A, send the Queen to watch a performance? B, do we raise the theater to the ground? Do we C, send the High Inquisitor to perform an exorcism? Or D, this is all just superstition and empty gossip? Call for unity here? Unity or just vetoing D?
60% of the time.
It works every time. Wing C. Scheme takes priority anyway, right? So Count, I wouldn't want to take it away from the counts or anything, just in case it does happen. We will veto D. And that trade lowering is for the barons. That wouldn't stop counts, everybody. That's barons trade. So what do we do? If you haven't seen this event, it's creepy. Creepy event. What do we do? The ring event. The ring event. The ring theater event. Send the Queen to watch. Raise. Raise means burn, in case you didn't know. And C, send the High Inquisitor to perform an exorcism. We haven't seen much of the High Inquisitor this game. Will she do her job? I will not let you down, Your Majesty. I'll take a full team of my best Inquisitors.
60% of the time, it works every time.
When the High Inquisitor returns from the theater, her face is ashen. Her eyes are wild. I honestly, I have not seen the exorcism succeed ever. I've only seen fails. A demon lurks there, a power greater than any I've ever seen. We must burn it down. Well, all right. You heard the High Inquisitor then, everybody. And she wouldn't exaggerate. Burn the theater. With the theater's destruction, all rumors of a midnight play cease abruptly. Whatever was causing this, it has been stopped. Faith goes down, where the Baron's authority will go up. But it's not enough to save Baron Mastodon II. Actually, to save Baron Mastodon I, it got ahead of itself here. Baron Mastodon I, who dies the next day, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. The barons blame you for the loss. I know we tried. I don't know if there's a way. I don't know if there's a way to save whoever sees the play. Maybe exercising it saves them, but I've never seen the noble survive. I'm pretty sure you die no matter what. Lazy, welcome on in. How are you doing? Arriving. Were you at the play, Lazy? How was it? You are a Baron. Returning Baron, you were in the first game. 1900. Prayers out to Mastodon. Please don't tell me you've been seeing midnight plays, Lazy. We hear they're to die for, but not like that. Sir Slippity, thank you for praising the 9th. We need to. I think we really need to nowadays. Thyrus coming to me. I'm doing good here, Lazy. Welcome on back in. We're getting close to the end of this second game here today, but appreciate you for being in. Your Serene Highness, I bring bad news from the coast. We're receiving reports of... I'm sure your news can wait. I bring urgent tidings from the east that demand the Queen's attention at once. Wait your turn, ignorant dolt. Why don't you settle your quarrel outside? Meanwhile, I have news from the march that really is urgent. God, you're all giving me a headache. The industries of the coast are in grave danger. The workers are striking. They demand fewer hours and higher pay. Is that all? By blood of the dead? The eastern courts are corrupt, your grace. Judges are letting off the vilest criminals in return for the slightest bit of coin. My news is worse still. Order of the march has broken down, your highness. Some battalions have killed their own officers, begun roving the wilderness, acting like common bandits. All these problems have arisen because the kingdom is increasingly unstable, your majesty. Something must be done. We're doomed. Doomed! Keep a clear head, your majesty. The kingdom has survived worse troubles. Unfortunately, we lack the resources to tackle all these problems at once. But they still dress you like a chick. It happens, gamers. We must vote on what matters to prioritize.
You die.
Or you die. And ladies and gentlemen, praise the 9th. Because we have been handed a lifeline if we choose to take it. What do we do? A. Break up the strikes along the coast. B. Reform the eastern courts. C. Hunt down the outlaws and deserters in the march. We'll do a call for unity and everything. You're not down with the ponytail BS for the record? Excuse me. Lost a bet, I guess. There is an option that particularly interests us on here. I will call for unity. I'm not using too many laws, but united we must be. No, it doesn't. Nothing interests us here. Absolutely nothing is wrong. Nothing is wrong in the coast. Which got my tongue. But what I am referring to, yes, B. It was not over. The game is not over until the game is over, everybody. B is a lifeline we needed to stop the counts. Wow. The corrupt Eastern judges are stubborn. When you try to remove them from their posts, they retaliate by enforcing all the old forgotten laws that everyone had agreed to ignore. Suddenly, merchants are legally required to wear blindfolds on weekends. Every coin must be passed under the nose of a cat before it's spent. Trade grinds to a halt. Trade goes down 1. That's all we needed. Once the stupid old laws are repealed, you enact crucial legal reforms. No more corruption in the East. Or at least less of it. So we give the Counts what they want in-game, but scheme-wise, they did not want that. Under the cat's nose. Oh, you haven't heard of that? Yes, of course. The crisis in the East has been quashed, making the kingdom as a whole slightly more stable. But the nobles of other regions feel that you're ignoring their problems. So defiance goes up for everyone else. Come on. Stability will hit 4. This is what we should have sent cats. If only. The last chance. Patricians. The patricians are gathered in the empty hall late at night. A new report from one of their spies has just come in. Debts below. The barons are stockpiling gunpowder of all things. They're sourcing it all the way from Kurth. Gunpowder? The explosive black powder? What are they planning to do with it? Ninth only knows. They will surely make their move soon. The queen is still yet to produce an heir. Perhaps it's worth changing tact. If it's too late for Queen Narella, we might want to get out while we can. Our only other option right now is to retake the throne by force, if we think Narella is too weak to hold it. It's an all-or-nothing play. If we rebel now, all our goodwill will be gone, not to mention a few of our heads if we lose. We'll be back to square one. Pats? Pats only vote. A, support the queen by diverting extra tax from coastal peasants. B, support the queen with a propaganda campaign. C, support the queen by donating food in her name. Or D, do you stoke the fires and invent a reason to get angry at the queen? So a loyalist vote here. Pats, you want to raise anything up? Including your own defiance? Treasury might be good. The other one's authority and stability to prevent in rebellions, maybe. Any other Pats? Pats, you only vote. Donating food, stability's the lowest. Might not be bad. Marvelous! You should help Narella keep a good grip on the peasantry. We can't do it all for her. The patricians must continue to aid the queen by countering the other region's schemes as much as they can. They will win the game if the queen produces an heir and completes her ambition. Heir's coming next turn, I think. We'll see, though. We'll have to wait and see. On stage 3, we're in the end game. Barons need their own military to be 9. Counts need their own trade to be 10. We stopped the Counts from winning right there, but they are still just 1 trade away. Loyalists win the game if I win the game. There comes my heir. We'll get it right. We'll do it first here. Your quest for an heir is finally complete. You stand before the council holding a small child in your arms. Should I die, I ask my crown be passed down too. The council hall is filled with nervous silence. This is my daughter. The assembled nobles break out into polite applause. By designating an heir, you cemented stability of the kingdom. Your Serene Highness, may I be the first to congratulate you on the birth of your daughter. What is her name? Excuse me. Thyrus, this is little Narella II. Marvelous, your august majesty. I'm sure little Narella II will grow up to be a chip off the old block. Congratulations on finding an heir. Now you just need to fulfill your ambition to win the game. Expect a visit from the Spy Master soon. There are the rewards of prosperity. Waper. Your majesty, merchants are visiting the marts from as far afield as Valamir and Atish. Our quarterly figures are stunning. What was that about stunning figures, Waper? Money! Lots and lots of money. Your Highness, this martyr economist has an audacious idea for all of the wealth. Call it an experiment. We give the peasants gold whether or not they're working. This will ensure a base level of comfort and security for all. Hell's bells, what are you saying? That we should hand out cash for nothing? With respect, how is that different than barons receiving fees from their serfs? It's completely different. My liege, this lunacy cannot possibly be considered. Alright. Do we A, implement this new economic strategy in the March? B, encourage merchants to visit other regions across the kingdom too? C, demand a one-time extra tax from the barons? They can afford it. Or D, host a financial summit in the capital to celebrate the barons' success. What do we do? What do we do? Definitely not B. Why not? Why not? What could be bad about B? Which is winning currently. B sounds nice. I know, we should be encouraging everybody to share. And the counts certainly think so. Great God! But those are our merchants! It's tough for the barons to give up some of their monopoly. But as merchants extend trade routes across the kingdom, the other regions quickly feel the benefit. More and more counting houses are built. Long abandoned roads are rebuilt to allow for safe passage of caravans. Defiance will go down. Trade will go up for the Pats and the Counts. There is a call for apprentices. Lazy. Bad news, my liege. A meddling wizard has set up shop in Hartsburg. I believe is Lord of the Bells. Why would this be a problem? They put out a call for new apprentices, which is a rare event. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for many. Droves of unwashed, glory-seeking common folk from all over the march are lining up for their chance. Not just peasants, for I, Helden Pafad, have also decided to apply. The competition will be fierce, but those laborers are no match. I will be the most powerful noble the council has ever seen. I'm going a little crazy with you, Helden. You couldn't put your clothes on if it wasn't for your servant's help. We can't let this go ahead. Not only is it heresy, it presents a clear and dangerous conflict of interest. The conflict of interest? How, Lazy? Wizards answer only to themselves. Their power is unmatched, such that entire kingdoms cannot stand against them. Even an apprentice on the council would be disastrous. Lord Patrician Helden could be used magic to interfere with votes. Or you, for this matter. We should assemble the council, I guess. Cheers, my liege. Alright. Helden, haven't you always wanted to be a wizard? Do we A, allow Lord Patrician Helden Pafad to become apprentice? B, require he forfeit his noble title in order to become one? Or do we C, forbid Helden from traveling to Hartsburg? A fun event. A lot of people love to become the wizard. But wizards can't be trusted, as we've been trying to explain. What faction? He's a patrician on the green team. And B then, if B passes, it takes whoever's money away and it will add it to the treasury. We play a very long game around here we call the Hoi Dynasty. We never quite got this event to hit anybody good in the Hoi Dynasty. We could have added like 40,000 gold easily. That would have been so cool. Maybe someday. By the 9th? How will he keep up with his noble duties if he's spending all of his time in the march with this wizard? And what if, Knight preserve us, he actually passes the apprenticeship? There's never been a wizard on the council before. Lazy, you never know, it just might liven things up around here. You've nothing to fear from me, your Steam Highness. I've always the kingdom's interests at heart, even as a wizard. Lord Tradition Helden Bafad sets off immediately on his journey to the march. Bulth's presence in Hartsburg attracts all sorts of visitors, though the power of their latent magic starts to wilt crops for miles around. Farming will go down. Trade will go up for the barons. And, game? Not over yet. Our next auction. Maybe our last auction, though we'll have to wait and see. Exclamation point fund space your choice space how much you wish to bid for an auction. Richest nobles are all pictured on the right. Waper sitting at 4640. Marley at 3,000. Big power gaps, it appears, till we get to 1950 where Gamers is. Everybody's money matters. If you need to know how much you have, ask. I can tell you. There's an extension in this game if you're playing on PC that should be working above me. Like right there where my mouse is. Get the extension if you're on a computer. How much do you have? Freshly baked bread. Where are you? You have 100 gold at your disposal. Still important. We haven't started yet, Cooper. We have A, the cathedral raises faith up for the barons. B, the fortress will raise military for the barons. C, the library raises stability for the kingdom. D, the thieves guild lowers trade for the counts. E, the grand bazaar will raise trade for the pats. F, the stadium will lower military for the pats. So, we haven't started yet. Because this is an important auction. Counts. I guess counts don't know what they're... Counts maybe figure out what you're going to fund. Because if D passes, it stops the counts. Barons, of course, want B. If barons want, like, B and D, ideally for barons, to raise military and then lower counts trade. Patricians as the loyalists. Whew. I don't know what you have to go for. At least D. Pats maybe even have to try to stop. Have to help barons with B. Yeah, counts need to fund like anything else. So counts just need to agree to fund something. 60 seconds. If D passes, it stops counts. Is what you need. Otherwise, it might be a counts victory. So early on, we're getting B at 2,000. Really getting up there for the military. 2,200 now. There's 250 in D. Now 700 in E. Is that what you're agreeing on here, counts? B and D currently being funded. There's 250 in D. There's 700 in E. 2,200 in B. We're halfway through the auction. Can you change? No, you cannot change. Once it's in there, it's locked in there, bread. B isn't horrible, though. But people want it. There is 10 seconds left. It's B and D currently. B at 2,200, D at 2,150. There's 700 in E. E is climbing up now. E might not be enough. There goes E. D and E, though. It's D and D. It will be D and E, I think, right? All right, yes. D and D. So, barons, you don't get your military increase. But we do get the trade down. Once again, the counts at the last second here. We are stopping them from winning. And I'm completely broke. Ephra, GG. Waper, biggest contributor to D, 1,900. Combo, biggest contributor to E, 1,300. Welcome to the party, pal. Phew. We go ambition first here? At the start of your reign, you said you wanted to be the mother of the nation. But so far, you're not convinced anyone. The kingdom's farms aren't producing enough food, Your Majesty. The peasants can't rely on you. Defiance goes up everywhere. Your current ambition isn't working out. If you want to stop the nobles from overthrowing, you need to pivot, change your image. Alright, so my loyalists, I'll let my loyalists sort of pick this if the patricians want to help me pick my final goal for the game. My advice will be to infiltrate each region with loyal spies. Defeat their schemes with schemes of your own. But your other advisors have other ideas. We should crush those disloyal nobles, smash their armies, force them to submit. Your Majesty, if it would help us spread the zeal of the Ninth God, the Church will lend our full support. With the backing of the Church, the nobles won't dare move against you. Don't listen to the rest of these fools. Have you heard of the Scepter of Sages? It's a lost artifact forged by Queen Alma. There's a legend that any queen who recovers it will rule over a golden age. Trade, obviously. Patricians? Is there something you guys want here? Cut kingdom-wide spy network is what Ephra is saying. That would be stability and trade. Crushing all those plotting against you with an iron fist would mean authority and military. Get elevated to the Church, to the status of living saint, means authority and faith. Recovering the Scepter of Sages is faith and trade. Patricians, I think your easiest route is kingdom-wide spy network. That would be trade and stability. Loyalists? A wise decision, Your Majesty. I'll begin recruiting spies. We'll send them across the kingdom in the guise of traveling bards. But this will require a fine touch. Your priority is to raise the kingdom's stability and trade as much as you can. And of course, there can't be open rebellions among the nobles. Alright. True then. Loyalists are sort of getting close to victory, maybe. Does somebody need to rebel? I can't be sure. A comet sighting. Rebellion, you'll say? Marley. A blood-red comet was spotted in the night sky over the east, Your Majesty. The peasants are claiming it's a terrible omen. The common folk are on the verge of panic. Is there anything I can do? We tried and failed on this first one last time. We got this last game. Tell them there's nothing to worry about, or no peasants being peasants. We'll go with this one. You deliver a speech reassuring the peasants of the East that the comet isn't a good or a bad thing. It's just a thing. Probably the Ninth God riding a chariot or whatever. Fortunately, the common folk take you at your word. After all, the Queen says something, you'd better listen. The peasants go back to work in the fields, ignoring the comet entirely. Easy peasy. There is now bad press. I'm gonna move the B over. I can make it a little smaller. Like in the corner. More in the corner. I don't want to move that. I don't want to move that over there. Like that. Your Highness, you have to see this. Look at it. It's a poster for Victoria and Valentina, the latest play by Playwright, the leader of the Bright Stags, a popular marcher theater troupe. They dramatized recent events in the march. The play is horribly disrespectful. They practically have me breathing fire and threatening to murder my niece. And surely, Your Highness, isn't such a tyrant as the Bright Stag suggest. Right, so, these star-crossed lovers that we banned and banished out of the kingdom, a play has been written about them. Do we A, allow the play to continue? B, throw Playwright and the Bright Stags in the dungeon? C. Pay the Bright Stags to put on other stories instead. Or D. The Queen should write her own play. 20% a dream. I've never seen the play succeed. Totally neutral, by the way. Not encouraging you to vote D. And it won't succeed. Well, let's go ahead. Go ahead here. The dungeon's been in the dump lately. I know. I hear you, gamers. I'd love to see D succeed. I don't think it will. Maybe it will. Today's the day your queen writes a play? Other plays? What other plays can they put on? When you call the Bright Stags to the palace, they look very nervous indeed. Miracle, games have been interesting today here. How are you doing, Miracle? Good to see you. We've been having to... You guys hear that? Yeah, where's that? You guys hear that? Where's that? What? I do have there's a phone over here. What is that? All right. We have a landline phone over there. That's what the noise was. It wasn't a fax machine. I don't know what the heck that was. I don't know why it was making that sound. If I disappeared right there, greatest mystery of the internet, right? That was our landline phone. Nobody was calling. I don't know. I just pressed a couple buttons and it stopped. That was weird. Was somebody trying to fax? Is somebody trying to fax our landline? Maybe? Call a cursed number in school. Alright, Is that the 9th? Is that someone trying to get a hold of me? Alright. I mean, that's similar sound. Yeah, that's an old sound. Some people might recognize as like the dial-up sort of sound. Your Majesty, we didn't intend anything odd. What's happening? Oh, the play. I'm like, I had no... I was like, where the hell am I? Alright. We didn't intend anything by it. It's a metaphor. Not based on any person, fictitious or otherwise. Ah, you put that... This is not based upon any real thing at the end. Slippity slap. Thank you for praising the 9th. I'm happy I'm alive. Just put on something more cheerful. I want a play that makes me look great. Or put on something that makes the Barons look good. Why would I want to make the Barons look good? Let's roll. I suppose, yeah. Eccentric, welcome on in. How are you doing here today? Thank you for joining us here. You have landed on the Barons. Welcome on in. Sort of the end of the game here, Eccentric. But welcome on in. Barons currently are trying to get military up. They're in their 3rd stage. They need at least 9. Counts trying to get their trade up. They need it to 10. Patricians are loyalists. I'm doing very good today. Spooked out, but a sound my phone just made. But I think we're good. We're gonna roll. We're gonna roll to determine what play I put on here. And a 2 means we will put on something cheerful. Yeah, yes, of course, Your Majesty. Sure enough, the Bright Stag's next play, Midwinter's Day, is a raucous comedy of misunderstandings, mistaken identities, and characters being turned into animals. It's massively popular. Thankfully, the story of Victoria and Valentina fades into obscurity now that the next big thing has come along. End of season. We get to our next tax season of the game. 3 ways a monarch may tax you, the nobles here. Cruel taxing will raise your defiance. Raise the treasury by 400. Take 400 wealth from everybody in the color. Common taxing, no defiance, swing 100 treasury to wealth. Bribing will lower your defiance. Lower treasury by 700. Add 700 wealth to everyone in a color. Waper, you actually did spend some money? I didn't even notice. Your Highness, I'm broke. Maidenless, are you broke? You have 300 gold. That's more gold than I possess. Hoy. Count's got the bonus. However, in sticking with my neutrality, in not taxing overly, I common all around. We have some inappropriate magic. Ah, my liege, help me! Eccentric? You good? I've been cursed, withering away. Eldon Bavad is to blame. Oh, that was quick. I know. What an entrance. Bone dry. Look, I didn't expect spell to do that. Noble death any percent? It happens. Anyway, Eccentric stole my prized Teshi toothbrush last week. I only wanted to give him that toothache. Do these ever turn out well? Nope. Never do. And, yes, everybody, if you missed it then, Heldon is our wizard's apprentice. Unimaginable pain. Please, by the 9th, make it stop. Great God, this cannot go unpunished, my liege. A moment later, Eccentric's skull falls off, and he collapses onto the floor in a pile. Eccentric, come on in and get turned into a skeleton. Hope? What? I think it's an improvement. Ha ha! But do not fear, if you are newer to the game, you can die, you come right back. Here is your son, Eccentric AU. Gabbing away. Welcome. How are you doing today here, Gabbing? Hope all is well. You have joined into the counts. Ignore the dead corpse lying on the council floor. That's just Eccentric. Or maybe don't. Maybe we have to do something about this. What do we do? A, do we force Heldon to abandon his apprenticeship with B, do we hang Heldon and be done with it? Or do we C,
60% of the time,
do nothing?
every time.
60% of the time, that will work. The other 40, not so much. We'll go ahead. We'll go ahead. Yeah, the wizard. I mentioned the wizards on the council causes trouble. And this is part of that trouble. %60 chance this succeeds. Just shrugs. I know, we could use a court wizard, just like official. Maybe not take you off the council and just make you wizard, as a new advisor? But no. Begrudgingly, Helden tenders his resignation with bzz. You think the matter's settled until bzz themselves turns up in your throne room a week later. Uh-oh. Excuse me, hello? That Helden Pavard person hasn't served his term. We have a contract. He can't quit. Whoa. This is, if you haven't seen him then, one of the wizards in the game. Okay. What if I pay you off instead? Fine, take him. Or what if I gave you someone else? We can offer someone else up as a apprentice. I'll roll. I guess I'll roll here. Someone else. And we'll roll. We'll roll to determine who goes. You volunteer? Do you want to be a tribute? I can't allow you to volunteer. But I will roll a 6, and somebody will volunteer. Cray D&D, rather. Welcome on in. How are you doing, Cray? Thank you for joining us. Are you volunteering to become a wizard? You're on the Barrens. Crab people. What if I gave you somebody else? I'm all ears. Trumpets! On second thought, what if I just pay you off instead? Actually, just take Helden Pavard? Or how about Countess just gabbing away? Or I could give you Baroness Gooberfish. Add? No! I will do... we'll give them either the Countess or Baroness. Do I roll to determine which one? Take me! Gabbing, do you want to go? Goober, are you out there? Okay, back by popular demand. I think, gabbing away, you are volunteering. I can pick you then. You wish to be a practitioner? All right. There is your new master. Deal. No, you can't just offer me up like livestock. Bzz, snaps their fingers. Instantly, Helden Pavard goes silent, despite still moving his lips. That's enough out of you. Bzz, other apprentices, a gaggle of people with shaved heads and stitched mouths, wrangle Helden Pavard out of the room, while he screams in silence. Okay. I know you volunteered to go, but that does sound scary. Seven, take us! How could you just offer her up like that? That was horrific! That was worded wrong? Was it? It needed what? So, Defiance will go up, then for the coast. Why is it going up for the coast? What? Screams of joy, surely. The gabbing away. It doesn't confirm. It's not confirmed you're dead yet, but this is you. You are leaving the council. So if you die in this game, become incapacitated, or leave to become an apprentice, you will be joined instead by our son. Welcome, just gabbing away the second. That's below. That was horrific. I wonder which spell used. Glad it wasn't me. And yeah, that was okay, yeah, that definitely felt like an error. That should have been, this one should have been Counts, yes, Counts Defiance, because now Coast Defiance is going down. Yeah, that's definitely an error. I didn't take a picture of it before. I'll take a screenshot later. Yeah, that first one should have been Counts gaining Defiance, and then this one is Defiance going down to the coast. Alright. Noted. That does seem wrong. Troublesome holiday makers. Morgramoon. Debts below, this is not to be borne. Lady Patrician Morgramoon brandishes a crumpled hat. Is that supposed to mean something to me? Oh, thank you. I think that's mine. He is missing a hat. Have you done one? No, no, no. This was left on the edge of my estate by a group of counts on holiday, along with a huge number of empty bottles of wine. They scattered picnic baskets everywhere, trampled my crops, sat around a bonfire all night. My horses were terrified. Now I know the culprit was Countess just gabbing away the second, and her dissolute, idle friends. We're just enjoying our prosperity and taking a break. Those clear skies, the shining sun. What a nice change from the east. Do you ever see the sky, Counts? You should be flattered that we're so eager to visit. Flattered by all that glitters. When the Counts come to our lands, all they do is cause trouble and destruction. A. No more holidays in the coast. B. The holidays can continue, but the Counts must pay the patricians a generous sum. C. Carry on as usual. Lady Patrician Morgramoon is angry over nothing. Or D. Do we encourage the Counts to holiday in the March instead? I know. As long as you pick up after yourself, everything would have been fine. They left a mess. Take only pictures and leave only footprints when you're in nature. Is this in Counts or Pat's land? It's it depends, I think. I think the Pats will be getting, like, the trade. I think the Pats are getting the trade here. This isn't giving it to the Counts, I don't think. But maybe it does. This will give it, then the trade will go up to the March. Yeah, I think these are affecting the Pats. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. The lure of coin quickly overrides the patricians' principles. Counts flock to the coast for week-long banquets and scandalous parties. Counts, can I come? They lose money. Counts lose money. Pats gained the money, though. Merchants and cooks alike prosper. Coastal delicacies become famous. There's a booming trade in hangover cures. Yes, there's a lot of cleaning up to do afterwards. But that's a problem for later. At least I get to go to the party. Orgies. Ambition. Spy network. All according to plan, Your Majesty. All goes according to plan, Your Majesty. Let me show you. Your spy master takes you through a secret passage in your own private office. You emerge into a hidden chamber where a number of hooded figures are waiting. These are my agents. They can blend into a crowd as effortlessly as they can slip a knife between a traitor's ribs. Why didn't I know about this chamber? Don't worry about it. The palace is riddled with secret passages and hidden rooms. I'll keep track of them for you. Soon our spies will infiltrate the courts of all the nobles on your council, disguised as traveling bards. One of the spies tossed aside her cloak, revealing a lute and the colorful costume of a troubadour. With charm and flattery, they'll worm their way into the nobles' hearts and minds. Then we'll have a spy network the likes of which the world has never seen. I hope to make even the Gaunted Tavelin look like rank amateurs. Can they give us a song? A few notes are plucked in the lute. The assembled spies launch into a ballad. It's actually not bad. Your toe is tapping. If you think this is good, you should see them throw a knife. Can cut a rope at 30 yards. This should put a stop to the foolish schemes. And it will keep the kingdom stable for the rest of your reign. A little blackmail's a small price to pay. A week passes before you hear more news. Your spy master arrives in the office with a tiny scroll, small as a cherry stem, clutched between their 2 fingertips. This is a message from one of my agents in the field, Your Majesty. I sent her to Baron Cray D&D's keep, disguised as a singing gesture, armed with a lute and a set of juggling balls. Open it. Of course. And in order to win the game here, the monarch has to make 2 rolls. Our first roll, pretty high, our trade roll. Honestly, but if they're gonna juggle some balls, hey-o! Wait to hear the success of your fledgling spy. Is a 90% coming? The spy master studies the scroll for a moment, and a smile creeps across her face. She holds it over a candle flame, and it vanishes in a puff of cinders. She's been welcomed to Baron Cray's court with open arms, already flattering him with fawning songs. Let's hope our other spies are just as successful. Over the next few weeks, you receive back word from more of your agents. Almost all of them have successfully wormed their way into the noble's court. Now let's hope they can maintain their covers. Second roll. We will wait and see. A few more weeks pass. You wait anxiously for news of your spy's progress. One day your spy master appears at your desk, her face lit by a triumphant smirk. Good news, Your Majesty! Our spies have uncovered some of your noble's darkest secrets. Did you know that Baron Cray has an irrational fear of lemons? You do now. We even have a few illicit romances between the nobles and our generically attractive bards. The blackmail writes itself! My genius knows no bound. If this keeps up, I might have to agree. But we can't get complacent. We must see if other spies are equally successful. Over the next few weeks, your spies send back more and more positive results. Soon you have established a spy network throughout the entire kingdom. It's with a sense of smugness you call your next council session. As the nobles file in, you realize you know all of their secrets, their weaknesses, everything. Listen, Your Majesty, I was thinking that taxes have been awfully high lately. Why don't we hold a vote on reducing them? Hugin, how about no? I must have misheard you. I just called a vote. Let's go, chop, chop! Baroness, can you come here for a moment? I need a word in private. Baroness Hugendubel walks up to your throne, her face quizzical. Your spy master leans over and whispers something in her ear. I killed Mufasa. Hugin looks horrified. By the 9th? How did you know that? Only my mother knows about that. Sit down, Baroness. If the Queen doesn't want to vote today, there will be no vote. Baroness Hugendubel returns to her seat, trembling like a leaf. This is an outrage. The vote must go ahead. Cray, would you care for some, lemonade? Leave me alone. I'll do whatever you say. I could get used to this. When you leave the council hall, the nobles are quiet. They know a new era has begun. An era of cooperation. Or else. Your husband meets you at the back of your chambers, your heir Narella II in his arms. Exactly what I would have done, Narella. Masterful work. Everyone who crossed me will pay. The streets will run with the blood of our enemies. The night you sleep an untroubled sleep for the first time since you first sat on the throne. No matter their grievances, the nobles will never again defy you. You simply need to mention, offhandedly, that you know what they did last winter. Or that you know where they sleep at night. GG's to everybody, but especially the monarch and patricians. It was a close one. The counts were right there for multiple seasons. We had to do everything we could to stop a count victory here. But GG's to everybody. In haste to complete their scheme, the barons mishandled their gunpowder. It blew up in their faces, literally. All that was found of Crystal was a pair of boots with the feet still inside. Gruesome. Rushing to complete their scheme, the counts attempted their blood ritual too early. This summoned demon escaped their control and slaughtered dozens, including Zemiel and Countess Luciender. The patricians celebrated their victory, and Narella was venerated as a true hero of the coast. But some whispered the Pats were losing control of their puppet, as the queen consolidated her power around her heir, Narella II. Queen Narella ruled from the shadows, getting their way into the council with blackmail and threats. The nobles were terrified, but the peasants considered it a golden age. After 15 years of unquestioned rule, Narella died peacefully in bed. The nobles let out a collective sigh of relief. Very good game, everybody. Narella the mastermind. Richest noble ends up being Waper. A few people spending money at the very last auction there. Stats of the kingdom. Alright overall for everybody, really. However, though, we will be switching gears and playing a new set of factions tomorrow. Who is it tomorrow? Tomorrow's game. Chiefs, Grandees, and Patricians, then. Patricians are big winner of the day. They're definitely going to shoot on up. They were at the bottom. They may be at the top now, then. Thank you all for playing with me today. Hopefully you've all had some fun. I think then, let's see, who is playing King of the Castle at the moment? A few different people. Somebody in French? Is that their that one is? And then Toasty Eve? Do I know you? I don't think I do. They've got a room code. Indeed. This is a very good game, very good couple of games, everybody. No match will see you around. Waper, thank you. You did end up being the richest still. And then, yes, some people, if you are trying just for Pats to win so you can get me a costume, there's somebody playing, there's two people other people I see streaming right now. I don't know either of them. Somebody is streaming in French. And then somebody is playing on Twitch, but is playing a party game. So if you want to play with them, you'd have to go to the site and play on, it's KOTC.app? What is it? So I guess we'll go say to Toasty then. Toasty Eve. Is their name? Eve? What does that mean? Thank you, Sir Slippity. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. We are having a lot of fun this week. I truly don't matter which side will win our grand sort of finale here. But everybody, I will calculate what happened today. Rough estimate, what is it going to be? Pats are going to go, Pats are definitely going to get up. Like, count is going to be Pats, Grandies, and Counts at the top 3 at the moment, I believe. Rating on in. I don't have a raid message. I don't know. I don't know if I want to raid message or not. I'm not typical streamer sometimes. The Praise the Ninth, I think, is a good one. If anybody wants to praise the Ninth as my raid message, I like to do. Pats to the moon. We'll see. Thank you guys for playing then. Yes, Toasty Eve is playing, but if you haven't played in a party game before, you don't play on Twitch. Is it kotc.app? I think you go to, yes, kotc.app. You'll have to enter in a code if they're accepting new players here. But thank you guys for joining with me. Hopefully you have a lovely rest of your day. I will see you tomorrow, though. This raid may scare Toasty. It may. They'll be alright. We'll be friendly. Right? Be friendly, everybody. Smaller streamers, sometimes, you know. But, thank you guys. Be good people here. Will be fun. Everybody have a lovely day. Remember, you're better than you were yesterday. Think of how awesome you'll be tomorrow. Fuzzy Pickles. Fuzzy Pickles, one and all. Will be nice.